All right, let's bang. What's up, everyone? Hey, Luke Thomas here. Welcome to my UFC 322 coverage here. Here's how this is going to go. We're going to watch the main card together. It has just started. Bo Nickel just had a crazy knockout win. That was amazing. We'll watch the main card together, and then there's some kind of look behind him. What? Okay. That's a little weird. Anyway, and then when this is over, we'll do a post-fight show. Now, you might be able to hear that my nose is stopped up. I've had 2 Allegra, a Claritin, and allergy eye drops, and it's still messed up. I think it's because the window to my bathroom was open and the the mold spores from the leaves just... So I'm hopeful that it will go away during the course of the broadcast because I've closed the window and then closed the door to my bathroom, and now it should be better. You guys probably don't care about any of these details, but I only bring this up to say I might have to do a little bit of mouth breathing to start today's broadcast, which, you know, would not be the first or last time I had to mouth breathe on camera. But God, my allergies, I did the first 30 years of my life, I never had allergies. And then the last 16, whatever it's been, have been a challenge. They've been a challenge. All right. So we got a lot to do. We have a lot to get to. Thumbs up if you're watching, all right? Hit subscribe if you're new here. Send this video to a friend. Do whatever you got to do. And we're going to have a great time. If you want to get a question or a comment on the screen and to support the channel, which I appreciate if you would, you could put a donation into the super chat and we'll fire that sucker right onto the screen. You're under no obligation to do that, but it certainly is quite helpful and it goes a long way. We're going to be here for the entire main card. And then, of course, as I mentioned, the post-fight show. One bit of preamble here before we start the broadcast, before the fights themselves begin. All live programming on this channel is brought to you by our friends at Toiletries. Toiletries has a sale right now. There's a link in the description box below. 25% off everything. At first, I had a 15% off coupon. Then I had a 20% off coupon. And now they're just saying, you know what? Black Friday sales, they start now. 25% for everything that they have. Big thanks to our friends at Toiletries. We'll talk more about this later, but I want to remind everyone, now's a great time. TOOLETRIES.com. You can save 25% on everything. All right. And there we are. How about that Bo Nickel win? He was looking, I thought, pretty good before that. I wasn't super overwhelmed, but I thought he threw with better anticipation. He moved his feet better, I thought. He threw in combination to a degree. He wasn't just winging overhands, although I really think he could benefit from a jab. I didn't see one of those much. There's a little bit of jabbing, not a much, but he certainly had a nice, relatively speaking, a pretty nice diversity of strikes and a nice diversity of kicks. And sure enough, Adolfo Vieira thought it was going to the body, went right up to the head. That was vicious, bro. That was a nice win. And then he gave the finger to the crowd, which I'm like, you know, it depends what you want out of your career. But if you want to be loved, I wouldn't necessarily recommend that. But if you want to be hated, it'll be good for you. So let's see what he wants. Let's see what he wants. All right. Very good. Here we go. Trumpets and crumpets. Welcome to the party. Hold on. I don't think all of these guys are. Here we are. Hold on. Luke, you the GOAT. Thank you, Joseph. I greatly appreciate it. Very good. All right. Or, I'm not sure. Yeah. All right. Hey, are there enough ads on the Octagon floor? I swear to God, every time I look, there's a new one. Correct me if I'm wrong. When did they start putting the Dollar General for like the dollar store? When did they start doing that on the it's like right below the monster in the center monster logo. Oh, they got running WWE ads. I guess WWE ads are better than ice ads. I'll take that, I suppose. Y'all still watching wrestling? I'm not even hating on it anymore. I'm just curious, you know. All right. New York City. Fucking love New York City. One of the best cities, if not the best city in the goddamn world. I was there on Thursday. I've been going there for 15 years. I've been going via train. Folks are like, just move to New York. One problem with it. It's extremely expensive. Here we go. I don't know how to even properly pronounce this. Go to McDonald's order. I mean, I don't go to McDonald's too often. I would say probably the double quarter pounder, which I don't understand why they call it a double quarter pounder, just a fucking half pounder, but whatever. That meal, the double quarter pounder meal. But dude, their food is kind of processed and gross, you know? Like if you're gonna go fast food and you want something that's like relatively clean, Chick-fil-A is going to be your best bet by a million miles. All right, here's Benil Dariush, who missed weight at yesterday's weigh-ins. Not by much, but enough to get fined 20%, which will go to BSD. He has missed weight before he fought Scott Holtzman, but he won that fight in the first round. Whether we'll get that this time, I have no idea, you know. Damn, I forgot about that. Oh, there's the Scott Holtzman one, right, that they're just talked about. I'm watching the broadcast now. Dariush, man, he's always been that guy who gave really good fighters tough fights, but then gave like flawed but talented fighters easy wins. You know, it's kind of weird. There's BSD just squaring up, going donk on him. Blue Words says, great stuff, LT. Quick question before we start. Have you watched the Netflix doc Marines? I have not. I saw that there was some kind of drama show, but I've not seen that. Thought of you. Thank you for your service, brother. Yeah, well, appreciate it. No, I've not. I know that they had some kind of, I know they have some kind of dramatized series, but I haven't seen that one either. I just only know about that one. Itozen. Thank you, my friend. Ryan says, anytime I watch UFC's YouTube, I get minute-long unskippable ICE recruitment ads. Yeah. I mean, I don't really want to get into it tonight, not on this channel, but yeah. John McCarthy reffing in BKFC tonight. All right, cool. Good to see him back. Otto says, you and Sam Harris are all I listen to on podcasts because neither of you are beholden to advertisers. I feel like I would not listen to either of you if you took a Spotify deal. Don't worry, they're not knocking on my door. You know what I mean? London has been voted the Resonance Consultancy best city in the world 11 times in a row. NYC has been number 2 and number 3 during that time. London is also a wonderful city. I will agree. I love London, but just personally speaking, and I've spent obviously much more time in New York than London, so I have my own level of bias. I don't think the food in London matches up to New York. There are parts of London food that I think are London's food scene that I do think are better than what New York City has, but pound for pound overall, I think that New York I think New York is the best food city in the world over Tokyo, over London, over, you know, people are like, oh, even over Paris. Yes, even over Paris. Luke, what's your take on Ronda's disposition with MMA fans these days? I don't really mind that she's mad at MMA media. I mean, I think it's kind of silly, but okay, you know, fine, whatever. But being mad at the fans, I thought was a bridge too far. All right, come on in. Just hand it. Just put it right here. Come this way. They won't see. My wife's helping me because I got my nose messed up. Here, just put it right there. Thank you. Say hi. No, I'm teasing. All right. My wife made me panela. Do you guys know what panela? Do you know what panela is? It's like this. How do I explain this? It's like the sugarcane drink that they serve hot in Colombia, and then they put a ton of lime in it. So it's like sweet, but it's got a bunch of acid in it too. I don't know. Y'all can hear I don't have a cold. I have the worst allergies known to man. You know what I'm saying? Got the worst allergies known to man. All right. Here's old Benil. So here's a little story for you with Benil. I saw him. So I was in September. I did the XFC card, which you guys might recall. You probably don't, but quick reminder: it was in Las Vegas. It was, in fact, I've called. Kind of a bit of a career milestone for me. I was able to call fights in Las Vegas. It actually felt pretty cool. We were at the Virgin Hotel, which is just off the Strip. It's actually across the street from like a very good weed store called Medmin. I kind of like Medmin. I don't know much about the weeds. I'm sure people in Vegas will be like, "That's the worst one." I don't know. It's cool for me. Whatever. And Benil was there. He was cornering a guy who was like on the Georgian, or like, God, what was it? Was he on the Georgian Olympic Greco team, or was an alternate on the Georgian Olympic Greco team? This tall kid who was quiet. I don't know if he spoke any English. I don't know what language Benil was speaking with him. I have no idea. I don't know if Benil speaks Georgian. I don't know how that works. Anyway, and the dude had the weirdest game. This fucking dude didn't throw a punch through like 2 rounds. And you're like, oh, here comes another gambling scandal. But I don't think there's any odds on this. I don't think you could lay any odds on it. So like that had nothing to do with it. And then in round 3, just like opens up totally and is taking the guy down. And you're like, well, dude, where the fuck was this? What the fuck were you doing the first 10 minutes? And Benil was over there fucking, like you could see him in the corner being like, what the fuck are you doing? And he lost. He didn't need to, but he did. All right. But I've always had respect for Benil's game, dude. I think Benil's got a real well-rounded game. All right, 36 for Beneil Dariush, 29 for BSD. You can see he missed weight, Beneil Dariush, basically by a minute and a pound and some change. And the reach is more or less the same. All right, let's see how this goes. Benoit Saint Denis, slightly taller, slightly rangier. We'll see how this goes. I checked, by the way. Bruce is back to wearing the my man's. I mean, they're not Skechers. I'm sure they're nice. They're nice tennis shoes, but he gave up wearing the dress shoes. I applaud it, bro. I applaud it. All right, now which one of these glasses? My glasses do different things. They look the same, but they do different. So they look the same, but they're a little bit. This is my reading glasses. Let's see. Doesn't really help. Yeah, that's better. All right. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's have a great night, right? Hey, round of applause for everybody for being here. Yeah, thank you. You can choose to be anywhere in the world right now with anyone else you want, and you're here with me. Thank you. Thank you so much for doing that. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate that. Each and every one of you. Let's have a great night, right? Let's have a fucking great night. Let's do this. All right. Here we go. BSD. All right, here's Beneil. Salt and pepper Beneil. I know the struggle, brother. I know that struggle. I started going gray at 25. It's genetic. My brother's gray, all completely gray. My sister's completely gray. My mom went completely gray. Early, too, right? So here's my concern with Dariush. Missing weight. I don't know what that means for his prep. Is he injured? I don't know, because he's usually a pretty reliable professional. I worry about his chin. At his durability. It's always not always been an issue, but he got laid out by Barboza a long time ago, and he's been in a lot of tough fights. His durability has been compromised. All right, let's see. Here we go. Is that Cam Scataboo? Scatterboo. Oh, damn it. Let me get the clock up. Here we go. I'll have it catch up. Wait a second here. There we go. Oh, there's the durability. There's the durability. Did we call it or did we call it? Yeah. Benoit Saint Denis is doing the belt motion. Let's see. Is that tattoo on BSD's back new? $16 seconds. This might be the end of the line here for Dariush. Let's see this. Throws the leg kick. It's a nice leg kick. And then uppercut over the top. Boom. Fuck, man. Yeah. No, he was completely cooked. Boom. Yeah. No. Good stoppage. That's fine stoppage. There's no problem with that. He just comes right over the top. Dude, look at that. There's just nothing protecting him there. Right? I mean, he's not pulling him tight. He's not, you're not raising the elbow, but like raising the shoulder, kind of hiding behind it. Even though you can get clipped up here, obviously. But if you're just doing this, you know what I mean? Like, it's just a wide open lane to come right over the top. Damn. I feel for Beneil, man. This might be we might be getting to a bad place with him. The durability just, and he's so wide open. You know what I mean? 16 fucking seconds, bro. This is why I'm glad Saryukian has to fight again, because I want to be clear. It's not like a win over Dariush doesn't mean anything. It does, but depending on how you get it, there could be a little bit of fool's gold in it, because Dariush is very, 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 very talented. But the durability and the recklessness kind of oversell what it means to beat him sometimes. All right, here's Joe Rogan. BSD with some pretty good English. Just a nice message about the vets, military service. He wants the BMF and the lightweight belt. He'll do whatever the UFC tells him to do. Yeah. All right. A little anticlimactic, to be honest, for it to end that way, but it's nobody's fault. Except maybe the UFC, but BSD did his job. To win by knockout, plus 145. All right. Nice win. Did his job. What can you say? That's how it goes. All right, Josh Hutcherson is there. I don't know who the fuck that is. There he is. Scadaboo's got ice grills. Dude, he's going to go bankrupt, right? Robbie Lawler, I mean, the best. What can you say? Dustin Poirier. Yeah, they went fucking nuts for him. Yeah. Scadaboo has a style of running that reminds me of the Juggernaut from X-Men, just blowing through like the fucking Kool-Aid man going through the walls. My man is speed running a lifetime of CTE damage. I mean, the only thing saving him from CTE quite literally is the fact that he got injured and now he is out for the rest of the season. But when he plays, it's just, fire up the CTE fucking stove because we're about to cook. All right, let's see what you guys have here in the super chats. Who do you want to see Bo go up against next? We can talk about this more in the post-fight show. I would say we don't need to rush it. I mean, I thought there was definitely, I want to be clear, I thought there was definitely some pretty clear improvements, both in some of the technical skills he was working on, as well as having just a better strategic approach and a better competitive mindset. Like, I thought there was a lot that went right. However, there's just a lot that still needs to be worked on. Like the ideally, let's give him a top 15 guy. No, we should give him somebody else that's sort of like hovering in that 16 to 20, 25 space and let him continue to develop his game a little bit more, I think would be the prudent call. It's no need to rush, especially if you do rush, you could ruin him, Shout out to my boy Sean in the Substack. Go White Sox. Have fun watching the fights tomorrow. Vidyasaur. Yeah, Vidyasaur is always in my Substack comments. Cool guy, I suppose. Was with you hoping Hamzat DDP could be Hendo Shogun level, but sadly it was the opposite. Yeah, I mean, it was totally the opposite. What are the chances this is the one? Dogfight where both dig deep. I've said this before. Part of the reason why I love this fight is this main event. Forced to make a pick on MK, I picked Islam. And then if you join me, if you join me on Substack for my tape study, at the end of the tape study, I was like, I don't know if I've made a mistake because JDM comes across much more impressive than I had, under closer examination. I was like, wow, this is actually this is really good, and not that Islam looked bad or anything. Obviously, Islam is great, but I felt like I'm not sure that I took into account the full depth of JDM's game before making that pick. But the truth is, man, if I could just be honest, I don't know. I don't really know. I mean, I definitely think there are some theories about it that are better than others. Again, to what extent is Islam going to get the takedown? To what extent is he not? To what extent is that going to facilitate action? To what extent is that going to facilitate a stand-up war? There's just so many. I just don't know the answers to these things. And I think anybody telling you that they do is, some people are more right than others, but, largely overselling it. We did this one already. I did this one. Sorry. Luke, what did you think of Ethan Ewing's performance? I was honestly pretty impressed, but I got to be honest. I thought okay, Ewing won 8 days ago, right? 7 or 8 days ago. 48 hours notice, cut weight, made it, got rocked a little bit in the first round. Wellmaker can thump. I think we can all see that. He can thump. But just had an overall great game plan. His scrambling was really great. Ewing's. I thought the kind of pressure he was putting on, he was constantly getting Wellmaker out of position, constantly just touching him too and getting him. And Wellmaker is sitting there. You could see him trying to shoulder roll, and he doesn't seem to know actually how to shoulder roll. So he was just getting hit more as a good consequence. But when you see what someone can do when they're really good at shoulder rolling versus someone just trying to do what they think shoulder rolling is, you can see the difference in the outcome. But I thought that Ewing, mad respect to him for going in there and just kind of taking the fight to Wellmaker and eventually just overwhelming him with offense in the end. I don't know about a 30-27 scorecard, but 29-28 is pretty fair. He certainly won the third, and I thought he won the second as well. What I will say about Wellmaker is, dude, he was not cage cutting very well, hardly at all. A little bit here and there, but not much. And, dude, he doesn't really use a jab at all. And I'm like, Bo Nickel too. And I'm like, dude, how the fuck are these guys coming up in the UFC and building striking games without working on the jab? It's like, oh, well, they're power punchers. So what? Big George Foreman was up. I mean, you're going to tell me he wasn't a power puncher? That motherfucker's jab was a problem. It just blows my mind. Like, these guys are great athletes. They obviously work very hard. I don't question their motivation. I don't question their work ethic, and I don't question like the fact that they've got great abilities in so many ways. But I guess I just don't understand how someone thinks they can maximize opportunity in the UFC without a jab. If you're Khabib and you fight in such a lopsided grappling way, all right, I'll cut some slack on how much I expect your jab to be useful. But if you're not doing that shit and you're slugging it out, especially if you're a well maker, and you're just slugging it out with guys, dude, why the fuck do you not have a jab? He can thump. He can. You know what? I did notice this. Wellmaker would switch to I believe orthodox. He would switch stance, and from his opposite stance, I noticed he would jab there because so he's jabbing with his power hand. No problem there. De La Hoya made a whole career of doing that, but you know, he didn't stay there very long. He would go back to his natural stance, and then he's just trying to wing that right hook. Yeah, because it was his left hand. He was trying to wing that right hook over, and it's like, I don't know, man. I don't know how much good that's doing you, you know? Ads are crazy, I've noticed too. Have you seen the Kalshi ad? No. Betting on everything that can happen in the future. That's some dystopian shit. I've not seen that. Yeah. Why are you dying all the time? I'm not dying. I'm not dying. I have allergies. I don't have any cold. I don't have any virus. I just have allergies. I know I had allergies on Thursday too. It's because I think I had left my window open and it was messing me up. Husband Luke is funny. I got jokes, bitches. I got jokes. This marks the last time I spend money on pay-per-view. There is one more left. There's one more left. But yes, it feels good, right? What are your tips to being able to stop going gray so fast? Your mall Santa joke was hilarious. If I had a tip to stop going gray, I would have used it, brother. It's a wrap. Dylan Dennis involved in the brawl. Oh, Jesus. Really? This fucking guy. This fucking guy. Really? It's Dylan fucking Dennis? What are they saying on the old Twitter machine? Yes, it is. Massive brawl breaks out cage side with Dylan Dennis and others in the fighter section. Dude, what the fuck? Here, y'all want to see it? Let's take a look at it. Let's take a look at it. Let's see. Here. I'll show it to you. I don't have audio for it, but I'll be able to show it to you. Take a look. Here. Look at that. Oh, is that Umar? Correct me if I'm wrong. Are these some Dagestani bubbas? Who are these folks? Oh, you know what? The Dagestanis, are they stomping out Dylan? Is that what's happening? That's insane, dude. Look at that. That's insane. That's crazy. All right. Enough of these bozos. All right. It's 3:20 a.m. in London. I feel like death. Thanks for the company, Luke. That's what I'm here for, brother. All right, let's get back to these fights. We got Leon and Carlos Praches. Let me get the timer ready. Here we go. All right, here we go. Keith Peterson, Ozempic, Keith Peterson, Carlos Praches, Leon Edwards. How much will the pressure and punching power of Praches, a lot of P's, affect this? Here we go. All right, let's rock. Two southpaws. Pay attention. We've got a bouncy style versus a little bit more step and slide. Yep. So I just don't see how this works for Praches without enough pressure. Jab. And when they bounce like that, they're both trying to react but potentially blitz as well. Leon doing good pressuring so far. I'm liking the leg kicks. Three-round fight, though. One question I have with Leon, nice slip and rip. That was great by Leon. Or I should say is whether or not he'll get enough volume going. I guess we'll see. Step out and pivot by Edwards. L step. People were asking people were making fun of him for trying to take down Brady. And yeah, that was a bad idea. But I always remind them he took down Colby, I believe, took down Bilal, or at least reversed Bilal, but he might have taken him down as well. And he certainly took down Usman. You know, this is a thing that he doesn't mind doing. Also, if he doesn't get the takedown, he doesn't even care. I've talked about him before. He does these what called half positions. Here's a perfect example, a 50-50 clinch. He'll stay here for a while just to prevent you from getting your offensive rhythm, or if there is a break, he can just maintain superior real estate position within the octagon as well. This is Leon Edwards' fight. Slowing it down, controlling the terms, thinking about his next move, not letting the other guy get a setup going, planning, strategizing, just taking the other guy out of the fight. He doesn't even care about the takedown here. I mean, if it comes because it's available, fine. But he's got his head on the opposite side of the underhook, which means to me he's putting maximum leverage to lay Praches flat. And Keith Peterson separates them. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I want to see. And right away, Praches is on the horse here, trying to, I should say, on the gas rather, trying to pressure him. Trying to play hand games, trying to get the eyes to move, to follow. Leon has a bad habit of backing up. Here we are. Nice knee by the Brazilian. That punch didn't land by him. It was good. It was a good throw, but it didn't land. Double leg. He's got his hands locked. He's going to go down. That's it. Step over. Yep. Let's see if he can ride him out here and take him out. Yep. So understand this position. The fence is helping Praches here. He is obviously controlled. The weight is on top of him, and his post leg, which is the outside leg, and that's correct, is being compromised. And now his full back is taken, and now he's giving it up. This is stupid by him, if in my judgment. I mean, yes, he might jump backwards here. And Edwards doesn't have a hand over the top. Now he does. This is better, but he still needs to secure it. He can get reversed here a little bit if he gets a 2-on-1, which he's got. It's just risky. You got to be real careful if they can get a 2-on-1 opposite side, because then what's protecting on the other shoulder? Yeah, now he can shrug him off. There's nothing on the opposite shoulder there of Praches. He can rotate him off a little bit. I mean, sorry, excuse me. The inside of the body triangle is on the inside thigh of Praches. That's going to make it a little bit harder to shuck him off. Still, it can be. Oh, he let it go. There's your opportunity. Oh, and good Casoto hook off the trip. That was nice. Dude, Leon's slick. As soon as he went back to the ground, boom, went right for that trip. Casoto hook just kind of pulled the leg out of the way. He's got wrist control on the near side. Snatches him off of his base. That's very good by Leon. That's BJ Penn shit. He doesn't have the choke. BJ Penn was the master of guys turtling, him getting to a position, but then to finish it, snatching them off of their base so they don't have it under them to continue the scramble or potentially defend the choke and escape. I would say 10-9 Leon. Obviously, you can't do it, but it'd be kind of baller if he could smoke between rounds, just fucking, hitting the dart. What I was trying to point out was the fence was doing Praches a favor. And that favor is it was preventing Leon from capturing the far side hip. And then that's why I didn't like that he just kind of let him have it. I didn't care for that. There's Zhang Weili. There's Frank Hickman in the back. All right. Oh, Jesus. Let me get the round going. I'll catch up here. Don't worry. We're at 4:55. A little bit fast, but that's about right. So Leon doing a great job establishing the takedown threat in round one. Clearly the superior grappler of the two. And using a little bit of the clinch. It's a strategic stall in my judgment. Nice jab from Praches. Long. Nice leg kicks as well. They're both trading him. I think Praches has gotten slightly the better of the two on that one department. Ooh. Big left hand from Praches. Now he's starting to get on the gas a little bit here. And he's bouncing less too. Did you notice that? He's a little more stationary, so he's throwing a little bit more. Nice right hook. Nice jab. Praches is starting to cook. Leon needs to get control of this. Start feinting him. You're waiting on him. Look, Leon's waiting. Now it's better. But before he was just waiting on him. You got to give him something to respond to. Oh! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Man, long range left hand. Did I tell you Leon was waiting around too much? Can't be doing that bullshit. Man, Leon's on a fucking tough. Dude, that guy went from champion to now losing to Carlos Praches. He is done as a elite contender. I mean, he can still be in the top 10 or top 15, but as like a guy in the top 3, top 5, like that shit's over. All right, let's see this. Here's the replay. Jab. Oh, got him backing up straight. Took the outside foot position. Took the outside foot position, which created a lane for the left hand. So he jabbed him so he would do this. But he stepped to the outside, so he had this angle on him. See that? Look at his feet, right? What did I tell you? Dude, lifted him off of his feet. Watch this coffin nail. Well, watch his feet. Look at the feet. You see that? See how he took the big horse step to the outside? So the jab got Leon to do this, but if you're at this angle, it does you no good. But if you step to their outside, it turns them into this. So now the center line is closer to being exposed in that way. Sure enough, he got him. Great work. Great work. That was nice. That's why you don't back up straight. That's why you don't back up straight. Beneil went down like, okay, guys, it's a funny joke. I don't want to do the political shit tonight. I really, really don't. It's a funny joke. I appreciate it, but I don't want to do it tonight. I don't want to do it. Especially Trump's not even going to be there. So we can just put a pause on all that shit. You know what I mean? All right, here's the official decision. Did y'all hear Joe talking about Thai steel cups again? It's like, bro, it's time to let that go. You know what I'm saying? Thank you so much. Says I'm the most entertaining guy in the welterweight division. He might be. He's up there. Boom. Got him backing up straight. So this is what I mean, like when we talk about like guys making mistakes, like how big is a mistake like that on the regional scene? I mean, it's not to say that they will never take advantage of that, but for the most part, you can just completely get away with it. And even in certain levels of the UFC, people do it and you can get away with it. But like when you're really trying to fight top guys, just a little mistake like that, backing up straight, because there's nothing wrong with this defense. But if you're going to do it backing up straight against a guy who can, cover the distance and can cover you from long range, it is a problem. And not just backing up straight, but the other hand is it wasn't like he was doing rear hand parries. This hand was up, right? So it's judging the defense and then using the choices against him. But you see what I mean? Like one little mistake, dude, and your whole career is Ice-T, and there's Coco. Andrew Schultz. Jose Aldo. Yeah, Powhatan. Shama. All right. Fun stuff. Hey, card has not been super slow, right? We're at 10:50 and we're already got the fucking Brady fight. This is all right. Thanks for being live tonight, Luke. Thank you for being here. Last fun thing I'm doing before gearing up for the first round of law school finals. Getting hammered tonight. Let's go. Have fun. Hey, Luke, Irish immigrant here. Always wondered if NYC is as good at Christmas time as it seems in the movies and TV shows. The crowds to me are too much, but like, do I consider New York to be especially fun and festive during Christmas? I definitely do. Would you recommend it around the holidays? You got to deal with the crowds. But in terms of like the joy of the vibe of the city, I do recommend it. It's just also going to be expensive. Like people are like, I don't like. Okay, I'm not even going to get into it. New York City is expensive. I'll leave it at that. Dylan Dennis and members of Team Habib, including Abu Bakar Nurmagomedov and Magomed Zainukov, brawled at the start of the pay-per-view. Million views. Oh, Jesus. Crazy. Luke, as a fellow veteran, do you also hate these thank you veteran promos and think they're performative patriotism and don't contribute? Or do you think they help veterans' causes? I mean, look. Oh, here's the ICE ad. Fucking gross, dude. As a general rule, I think there are many ways to contribute to veterans' causes that have nothing to do with the performative nature of them. I don't think it's a bad thing that they're doing it, but I think that there's a lot of ways in which we don't help veterans and could that have nothing to do with whatever you're publicly showing about it. Confidential says, hey, Luke, what do you think about Dana insisting on Islam getting cheered due to Muslims in New York City and not personality? Feels disrespectful. I mean, I heard what he said. I think he's oversimplifying it, you know? But I also think that, like, dude, Habib, for example, they would be like, you know, when he was done with his career, would go on speaking tours throughout the Islamic world and all of these like major capitals. You know, he's a symbol. He's an icon for members of, not like every member of that religion, but there's many members of that religion that view him as this kind of like great representative of, you know, their religion and, you know, as a man and as an athlete and everything else. Like they like that that's a thing about him. I don't know if that's exactly what Dana was saying, but like I don't think that's unfair to say. Like, is Islam Makhachev, you know, someone that within the Muslim community is revered, obviously, for his achievements, but of course his achievements in particular as a Muslim? Yes, I think that he is. They put him in places like Abu Dhabi, which, you know, is going to cater to, you know, many different kinds of populations, but predominantly a Muslim one, and he is widely cheered. So yes, it is a little bit simplistic to say things like, well, you know, to ignore his personality or his achievements or the grandeur of what he has earned. Yes, it's definitely simplistic to leave it to the side, but I don't think it's unfair. I don't think it's not an insult to me. I'm not talking about what Dana said, but to me, I don't think it's unfair or in any way insulting to me to say Islam Makhachev and Habib Nurmagomedov are to an extent, certainly on the Habib side, you know, kind of icons and kind of heroes for the communities that they represent. I don't know why that's, again, I'm not saying that's exactly what Dana was saying, but like I am saying that. And I do think that's a significant part of his appeal. Tim, welcome to the party. BSD tattoo looks like a Joan of Arc or Joan d'Arc, a French symbol of martial prowess. There's Joan of Arc tattoos in South America. Joan of Arc statues all through South America. Luke, why are you always on the verge of death? I'm not on the verge of death. I just had a bad allergy attack. I don't know what happened in my life. I never had allergies. All right, here we go. This is the fight I've been waiting for this whole time. Sean Brady and Michael Morales. This was the one. Luke, thought I'd send this your way as I'm not paying UFC $80 for 322. I'm listening to MK Radio, aka you. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it. An underrated aspect of Habib and then later Islam is how many one-liners they've contributed to MMA meme culture. Yes, 2-3 years Dagestan and forget, right? Hell for a while, I would see them pop up in non-MMA sports comment sections as well. Absolutely. 100%. Testified in church, kind of, right? And the hands come up when you get KO'd. Hardy used a ventilator between rounds. I remember that. Not a ventilator, but like a Prochess should be able to hit a dart. Much love from down under. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it. Jesus, demonic left straight from Prochess. That was vicious, bro. Leon is having the same trajectory as Tyron Woodley. A little bit earlier, but yeah. UFC got to nerf these tall, lanky fighter builds. They're too overpowered. Give me Shavkat versus Prochess next. Oh, that's a good one. Oh, that's a good one. That is a good one. Wow. I'm pumped for Brady Morales. Me too. These NYC cards have historically delivered. Yeah, historically. They usually stack them with like really great fights and great talent. But yes, to your point, they typically deliver. How fucking fun would JDM versus Prochess be? I like the Shavkat. I guess, of course, but I like that Shavkat idea. I like that Shavkat idea a lot. That's a good one. That's a great one. Prochess and team about to tear down NYC clubs, and those fucking shits don't close till. I had a roommate. I used to live on 80th in Amsterdam, and on the Upper West Side, and I had a roommate. It was a girl. Trust me, it was a roommate. Like in New York City, you're just roommates with donks. You know, you're not necessarily just trying to bang all the time. And I wasn't. She had a boyfriend, and she was a cool roommate. But anyway, but she was a clubber, and they would come back at like routinely 6, 7 in the morning and shit from clubs, and I'd be like, I don't know how the fuck y'all do that, but NYC's got a whole bunch of shit like that. The Bruno, welcome to the party. Bought toiletries, trying to take care of myself. That's what I'm talking about, Christian. And saved a bunch of money on good quality stuff on the way. You made a good decision. I'm telling you. Ty, welcome to the party. Jack, doing the late night slog in Dublin. So appreciative of the early finishes thus far. LOL. Shout out as always for these lives, improving the experience. Yeah, shouts to the good folks of Dublin, Ireland. Party don't stop in NYC till the sun comes up. I've seen it with my own eyes, man. They party hard. All right, here's Michael Morales, who is a beast of a welterweight. I remember the first time I went to a wrestling match, like in high school, and a buddy of mine was wrestling 174, and he was a good wrestler. I think he qualified for states. I think he made it as far as like 4th, but he wasn't like the best wrestler in the state. He was like, all metro, all county kind of thing. And he was good. But I remember I went to the first wrestling meet, and he actually lost the first one I went to. And I saw the guy he had to go up against at 174 or whatever the weight was. I remember being 174. Maybe it was different. But anyway, like somewhere similar to this. And I was like, that dude was a tank, a Thanos. And I was like, you got to wrestle this fucking guy? These guys are huge. He's like, yeah, they're all like this. Yeah, you hear him talking about it. He's not just a big plotting Volkov type. He's a Puma. All right, here comes Sean Brady. All right, don't judge me. I got to open up my nose. All right. Here's Sean Brady from Philly. Is Dean Thomas in this quarter? Yeah, there he is. There's Dean. BC told me they were there at Media Day, and because obviously BC's the CBS or Paramount, whatever, and they're going to be the broadcast partner, obviously, for the next 7 years. So now they get to be like in all of the, like a partner. Like there's when you go to Media Day, there'll be rooms or areas for people who are just credentialed media. And then if you're one of the partners with the UFC, so like Sportsnet in Canada, Paramount here, then you get like extra access, and they bring guys to you. It's just a much better gig, obviously. And he was telling me like anyway, he was in that room, and they saw Brady, and he said the first thing he asked was for me, which I thought was very nice. But he said he listens to every episode of MK. Apparently Ali was asking about me too. I don't know what about, but God only knows. All right, there's Brady, who didn't need to take a fight this tough, but said, fuck it, let's do it. So what's kind of funny is Brady, dude, I remember we had Brady in studio at MK. It's hard to explain. If you saw him from the side, you would be like, oh, he's got bad posture. And then you go up and you actually look, and it's not bad posture. It's just the muscle kind of looks like, excuse me, the muscle kind of looks like it's almost rounding him. All right, there he is. Here's your tail of tape. 32 versus 25 for Michael Morales. 5'10 versus 6 feet. Feels like there's more than a 2-inch difference. 7-inch reach advantage for Morales. Wow. Excuse me. Woo! Morales has very good takedown defense, good power, good judo in the clinch. This is going to be a real big test for Sean Brady. Real big test for Morales, too, obviously. Yeah, it's the fucking worst. It's the worst. There's Sean Brady. He's a minus 140 favorite. We'll see if he can live up to that. All right, let's get the clock ready. Here we go. Round 1, Brady and Morales. Let's go. Two orthodox fighters. Sean Brady with knee sleeves. That's interesting. Is it my imagination, or did he not have those before? Low stance for Morales, obviously in anticipation of the shot. Brady's gotten much better about lateral movement. Trying to see what Morales gives him. Long jab from Morales. Man, Morales is going to be probably good to down block here. Double jab from Brady. Try to get in. Not quite. Brady just trying to pick at him, right? There's the same double jab again. But the problem is, unless you haven't really backed up, there's so much room. Leaping left hook. There's so much room to get away. 3-round fight, by the way. So kind of got to get to work pretty early here. Some decent leg kicks. Morales, a little defensive here to start. There's a little bit more him opening up. Oh, big power. He lands. Morales lands on Brady's in trouble. Brady's rocked. Oh, Jesus. He clinches. He's clinching hard. Man, he got his bell rung. He seems like he's okay, but he definitely got his bell rung. Uppercut, lead uppercut from Morales. He can get in trouble for that one. Got to be careful. Man, if you're Brady, you kind of need to make some choices about how you're going to get to this takedown. Man, Sean is just barely getting out of the way of these, and it's not because he's doing a lot of head movement. Okay. Oh, Brady reaches for the single, can't get it, and is greeted with a hook on the way back up. Morales getting more comfortable here. Man, that reach advantage is just killing Brady. And that he's doing that lead uppercut because you can see, look at Brady kind of leaning over a little bit. So he's trying to greet him with that uppercut. You got to be careful when you, the overhand caught him. The overhand caught him. It just covers a little bit early on the stoppage. A little bit early on the stoppage, but doesn't matter. It was, well, I'm not saying it doesn't matter, but Morales stops him. Dude, it's 11:07 and we're already at the co-main event. It was the overhand. So remember, he's greeting him with the uppercut, showing him this, and then coming over the top instead, right? So he's going under, coming over the top. Yeah, Michael Morales, man. I really wanted Brady to win, but that's a tough assignment he signed up for, man. It really, really is. I didn't love the stoppage, but let's take a look. All right, let's see here. So watch. Remember, he was feeding him uppercuts. Oh, he just comes over the top of his other one, left hook, right hand. Oh, this was earlier in the fight. Yeah. Right? Yeah. Look at the framing. Oh, and that right hook. Yeah. So he's getting away from the uppercut, and instead it put him in line for the overhand. Yeah, man. Boom. Caught him. And then the uppercut caught him after that. Oh, wow. Yeah, I guess maybe the stoppage is justified. Dang. I like Sean Brady a lot. What are you going to do? Dude, Morales is such a fucking animal, man. Such an animal. This is a tough assignment. All right, here we go. .327 of round one. Damn. Wow. Bro, this card is flying by. Look at all the Ecuadorian flags. Look at the cauliflower ear that guy has. Dude, Fabiano Busquet. There's his mom. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Bro, she's got her son on the t-shirt. Fabiano Busquets' ability to both translate accurately and then remember everything they say is fucking insane. Both directions, like what is being asked and then what is being responded to. Yeah. Keep the center of gravity low. Wow, man. We'll talk about this in the post-fight show, but he made it look easy. He made it look easy. There's his mom. Look at that. That's awesome. The whole team has that dude on the shirt. That's amazing. I don't know what he's holding up there. I don't know what that is. All right. Welcome to the party. I appreciate it. One more time. I think those is fucking gross that they're doing this. Anthony Rizzo. Holy shit. Natalia Silva. Jorge Masvidal. Joanna. All right. Bakash says, have you heard Dylan Dennis saying he got punched by Islam 3 or 4 times in UFC 229 after winning Misfit MMA? I tend not to listen to what Dylan Dennis says very often. Have you noticed that Leon momentarily switched to orthodox right before Praches landed that left straight? Probably his defense retreat is worse in that stance. Probably so. Yep. MSG cheering for a Philly fighter. What happened to the city? They wouldn't do it in Philly. I can assure you. You know what? But like, for example, Brooklyn used to cheer on Danny Garcia. Same thing. In boxing, Danny Garcia was a Philly guy. Timmy says, did you catch the promo video between the early prelims and main prelims? It was Max Kellerman talking over Higher by Creed. How quickly did BC's pants shoot down to his ankles? I didn't see it. That's funny, though. Sorry you got the HIV. We'll stay loyal. I didn't get sick, y'all. I have allergies. I'll be okay. I promise. I can finally breathe through this nostril, so it's starting to get a little bit better. Praches versus Morales, 5-round slugfest. Dude, that was a dude. Every time, how exciting is motherfucking welterweight, bro? I saw this whole new crop, the Shavkats and the Bradys and the Garys and the so-and-sos. And now here comes, and then Leon was already there, blah, blah. And now Praches, who was kind of there before, but has now reconstituted himself. And now here comes Morales. Dude, this division is on fire. Fire. Usman can retire now. I mean, if I was him and they were like, yeah, you got to fight Michael Morales, I'd be like, dude, fuck that. Get my jacket ready for the Hall of Fame because I'm done with this shit. Luke, this card fucking rocks. Yeah, it does. Honestly, the fights are a little short for my pleasure. I kind of wanted to go a little bit, like, develop a little bit, They can't get out of first and second gear, but I won't complain. I won't complain. Looked like 2 different weight classes in there. Yeah. Brady was, I mean, again, they were like, oh, it's 2 inches taller. And I'm like, that's not what it looked like to me, So Oscar Willis is kind of wild, huh? Oh my God, bro. He is he's different. All right, here's the promo for the co-main. Morales title shot, Praches? No, I don't think he should be getting a title shot. I really don't. I mean, let's see what happens in the main event and whatnot. But to me, I mean, I granted he just beat the number 2 guy. I understand, but I feel like you might have to do one more. But maybe not. Maybe the enthusiasm and maybe the general impression is that he's ready, or at least it'll be worth it. I don't know. Also, you have Bilal versus Ian Gary next week. So let's see what happens there. Busquets is the GOAT. I can't believe I said it's not just that he gets the translation accurate. It's he can remember like all of it. It's crazy. I've got a 6 a.m. call time in the morning, so I love how fast this card is moving. I'm going to be dead on set tomorrow regardless, but this card will be worth it. Yes. Well, let's hope. I mean, the most important fights are next, right? So I slept on Morales. Crazy that he's wrestler first. I know, dude. It's nuts. Fabiano gets the intonation right while translating too. Impressive. Like, yeah, like the parts that actually mattered. And yeah, totally. Morales is just an insane athlete. I'm 25 and he just beat the number 2 guy in the weight class in the world. 25. Wiley by banger or Valentina by snoozer. I think that's probably about right. It's probably about right. I think that's probably a decent summation. If I am Islam and I beat JDM, fight with Ilya, then peace. It's not a bad plan. I just, BC seems to think he's going to be around for 4 or 5 more fights. I guess we'll see, I don't know. It seems like, maybe 2 more years, maybe. Maybe. I just tend to think it'll be less than that. Is Brady a guy who'd benefit from a 165 weight class? There's no question. There's no question. Chris says, Gary is going to have to find some serious finishing ability ASAP to contend. Usman should call it the mutants have arrived. Yeah, no kidding. And the other part, too, about Gary is Gary's not a dynamic finisher. And, dude, Bilal's tough. We saw this on the tape. I mean, you guys have seen the fight, but, it really showed up in the tape study how, Bilal was taking some big punches and was pretty durable about it. All right, let me... Brady is not 5'10". I don't think he is. Maybe 5'8" in heels. Yeah, it's probably, like 5'9", 5'8", 5'9", something like that. RSD, pick one. Joanna or Colby? I'll just get fired. Ian Gary's win over Prochess aging very well, except for the last part of it. But yes, in general, it's definitely. Your courageous will to soldier on in the face of death inspires us all. Yeah, I'm fine. I sound worse than I actually am. I'm totally okay. All right. Here comes the walkout. I don't know this song that Wiley's walking out to, but it sounds dope. There she is. Can you imagine if she wins this in the first round, like via like vicious KO or some shit? That would be insane. I feel like if this was prime Valentina, it would be an easy W for her, stylistically and technically. Only interested because it's a much older Valentina. Yeah, that's it. I agree. I think that's totally correct. But that's also the fight game too. Like these fights just don't tend to materialize like this until later on in people's reigns, I don't speak Chinese, but Cormier is saying that Zhang Weili said in the fighter meetings that I guess the Chinese word for danger is also the Chinese word for opportunity. I have no idea to what extent that is true. Odds of the crowd chanting USA during the last two fights. Again, this has happened. I've made this point a million times. Trevor Prangley versus Yuki Kondo. Yuki Kondo, obviously Japanese. Trevor Prangley, South African. And I think they fought in Jersey, maybe in Philly somewhere. I'm not sure. Somewhere in that part of the Mid-Atlantic, Eastern Seaboard, and the crowd was going USA, USA for Trevor Prangley, even though he was South African. So that's definitely a thing that has happened. Luke has been licking the handrails on the Amtrak. No, I've just had my body quit on me. Main and co-main will end by first round KO. Pay-per-view will be done by 11:55 p.m. That would be amazing. That would be amazing if that happens. As someone who suffers from allergies, I commend you for powering through with such good attitude while people constantly bring it up for no reason. Well, I wouldn't say no reason. I mean, you can hear it in my voice. But it's all right, dude. You live a life on camera, people are going to notice it. Like, it just, you get used to it. Who is the worst matchup for Islam, JDM and welterweight? Wait, who is the worst matchup for Islam or JDM? Well, let's see how this fight goes, and then we'll talk about that in the post-fight show. This is a learning opportunity for us all, right? So we kind of need to get some answers to these bigger questions, and then we'll make some use out of it. Thanks, chatting despite having one foot in the grave. Now, why is Valentina wearing sunglasses like she's going deep sea fishing? Just get the damn sinus surgery. My friend, I had it. Already had it. Didn't do shit. And they were like, oh, we'll just use we'll just make bigger openings in your nasal passages. I'm like, no. If the first surgery failed, a more intense version of a shitty surgery, I'm not going to get. But I already had it. This is the first fight card I've watched live since UFC 300. Wow. I know you didn't want any politics, but that ice ad really took me out of the moment. Yeah, it's fucking gross. It's fucking gross. Dreadnought says, glad you are still in the game now. Tell Paramount to hire you for 2026. That ain't going to happen. That will never happen. I can assure you. Not because, how do I say this? I have a good relationship with Paramount, but that will never happen. John Port getting idolized for beating Dylan Dennis's ass in the crowd. Is that right? I have to go and check out more of that when I'm done with the live stream. I can't wait. That's going to be awesome. All right, here's Valentina in the prep point. All right. Valentina's in the cage now. So Oscar thinks that this one, Oscar Willis, will be decided by the fact that Shevchenko's kind of old and Zhang Weili is kind of going to go ballistic and won't be finished, but will just basically take the fight to Valentina and then either overwhelm her enough to get 3 judges to agree that she overwhelmed her, Like, who's just more offensive in an offense-first sport? All right, tail of the tape, 37-36, 5'5" versus 5'4". That doesn't seem quite right. 3.5 reach advantage, 3.5-inch reach advantage for Valentina Shevchenko. That does seem noteworthy. All right, here's Bruce. Ant is saying, I think those are the meta glasses. Yeah, definitely. What's his face had them on too. Poeton. Dana on the non-political meta board. That's right. Lucas, tonight you say what Rogan said. I mean, it's really not that hard to figure out what he said. Is Kamaru's path to the title in the room with us? And he was like, yo, like dream scenario, get the welterweight title and then go get the middleweight title and then call it a day. And it's like, you don't want to tell someone not to dream, right? I mean, I did that. People don't like it. But I don't know how realistic that is. All right, here's Zhang Weili. All right. There's Valentina. Is it me or did Weili look out of it pre-fight? No, I thought she looked pretty locked in. I mean, I guess we're about to find out, but she looked pretty locked in to me. Valentina's got ZZ Top there cornering her. That's cool. All right, let's see the face-off. Mark Goddard, your referee. All right, let's get the clock ready. Here we go. Ready? Round one. Let's go. Okay, open stance. They're very far away. Zhang Weili just kind of moving around, probing. Nice right hand lands from the challenger. She is going to be quicker, and that could prove decisive. Yeah, you can clearly see Shevchenko is waiting to counter, which we kind of knew that would probably be the way it would go. Superman punch from Shevchenko gets blocked. Yeah. You hear Cormier talking about the range. You can just tell they're too far apart to really make meaningful use of it right thus far. In either case, really. You can see these little flicking jabs that Zhang Weili is throwing out. Oh, nice flurry there. She kind of waited for him. Uppercut, then right hook. What happened? Needed the body, I guess, from Shevchenko? I'm not sure. Now Zhang Weili's underneath. This is exactly the worst place for her to be. I'm not sure what happened there on the replay. Okay, but she got a full butterfly here with double underhooks. But if you're flat on your back, it doesn't do good. You got to sit up. You have to sit up off of this. So you can still have it, and then she lost one of it. But you can't do it flat on your back or even close to your back. You have to kind of push them off and sit up. And you don't have to be all the way sat up either, but you got to be sitting up a little bit. All right, here we go. She's back inside. She's trying to get knee shield. The double underhooks are helping her a little bit here. There it is, sitting up. You see that? Look, as soon as she sat up, she was able to fire the underhook and turn. You have to sit up on those, but you can't just move someone like that flat on your back, and she's back up. That was pretty impressive, actually. I thought she'd be held down a little bit more. Shevchenko, to me, seems like she's definitely playing it safe. Which, again, not necessarily a grand surprise. Oh, almost greeted her with a spinning back elbow or something. Zhang Weili chasing contact, too. Inside trip attempt from Zhang Weili goes nowhere. Turns her off the underhook. Oh, just runs her down. Jesus. Right into side control with the cross face. Jesus, y'all. Sorry, my nose is killing me. Shevchenko was occupying the space, not anymore, but she was occupying the space between Zhang Weili and her elbow, but now she's not. So then she created an elbow-knee connection, and now she's back to double butterfly. But you can see you have to sit up. Now she's sitting up. You see that? She still kind of lost it there, but it's at least what you have to be starting to do. Flat on your back like this goes nowhere. And that's a heavy crossface. It turned Zhang Weili's head over. See that? How she's looking away? You see that? That's a heavy crossface. Uh-oh, here comes Mounted Crucifix. Not enough time. Yeah, I mean, I think Valentina's going to take it in part because I guess Zhang got stopped or knocked down, hurt on that first time she got taken down, right? Something like that. All right. They want more feints in the corner of Zhang. Boom. That was the one that dropped her. Yeah. So Valentina won the first one. Almost got her with that spinning back elbow or spinning back fist. All right, here we go. Round 2. There's Islam. Here we go. Round 2. Oh. She had the right idea with that right hand, but it got parried. Zhang Weili did. Oh, I don't like giving up your back like that. Good 1-2 from the champ. She's getting pressed up against the fence. Oh, clinch. Who's got the underhooks? Wow, Shevchenko just physically Strong. And again, look at that crossface. Look at her toes on the outside leg pressing in. So everything from the toes all the way up to the hips to now to the cross-facing side, it's all driving weight. It makes you feel like your jaw is going to explode. Here's Dean. Yeah. She's coming in on a straight line, which is very true. From far away, too. Valentina is inside control, and you could see maintaining low posture, which really severely limits her ground and pound, but it certainly creates for substantial control. Look at how low she keeps her head. There it is. Now she's got crucifix. Zhang Weili is scrappy. It's going to be tough. Now notice. Zhang Weili's left elbow is like this over her face. So Shevchenko is occupying the space between her elbow and her ability to bring it down to her side. That makes her weak. When your arms are like this, you're weak, right? So that's an extra level of side control there, to not only have side control, but to occupy that side of like so much that you're in this kind of space. Zhang Weili tries to get an underhook on the other side. She's going to try and turn to that same side hip. Yep, you see that? She's trying to get out from underneath. So now the crossface will help limit that. Man, she's getting a ton of control time here. There's not a lot of ground and pound, but I mean, it's not like Zhang Weili is doing anything either, right? So she's just kind of underneath suffering. All right, butterfly. Double underhook. She has to sit up. It's not going to be enough. You have to sit up. Do you notice what Valentina did? She went under her chin and pushed. She pushed it so that she would flatten her back down. This was kind of what I was afraid was going to happen. You know, I didn't know. Everyone was like super jazzed about this fight. And I was like, I mean, all right, listen, we're still just not even 2 rounds in yet. I don't want to get premature, but thus far, I've not seen much that told me like, I said this on the live chat. It's not like I don't have respect for their individual careers or that the fight itself is some kind of bullshit ass fight. No, of course not. But I didn't quite understand people being like super jazzed about this. I was like, there's a good way to, I mean, again, prediction's hard, but seemed reasonable to me to conclude that like the size difference and the strength difference would be significant for someone, Valentina Shevchenko, who took Amanda Nunes's best punches at 35. Like, all right, 2 rounds in, looks to me like a Shevchenko bout thus far without much issue. All right, round 3. Here we go. All right, round 3. Ooh. Little chin music there. Zhang Weili doing the same kind of thing, probing, throwing kicks with the back leg, right, to come whip all the way around from open stance, but just can't really get close. You got to back up Shevchenko up to the fence and then start doing this bullshit. Oh, big left hand, right hand from the champ lands on Zhang as she tried to close distance. Same thing. Missed that time, but same kind of punch. Oh, spinning back kick to the ribs lands for Shevchenko. See, if this ends up being like what we've had the last 2 rounds, and I guess we'll see. Shevchenko clinches again. She has an underhook and now pressing her into the fence. Zhang Weili tries to turn the tide. Let's see how this goes. Zhang's got the underhook. They're fighting for control on the other side. She's looking for double unders. She's not going to get it. Nice elbow over the top. That was the better. Look, when she presses, dude, this is the thing about Shevchenko as it is with many fighters, in particular her. You have to corner her before you can really unload. Nice knee to the body again from Shevchenko. Oh, that hurt. That hurt Zhang Weili. Yeah, that intercepting knee, she landed it in the first round and here in the third. It's just, dude, she has such a hard time navigating. Okay, back her up behind the black line there. Okay, now you go. Now you go. Ay. Just throwing right hands like that. So, I mean, I appreciate the offensive willingness, but she's going to catch that kick. Body lock. Let's see if she can get her down. Dude, she just fucking muscled her. Jesus. And she got hit with that knee. All right. Now she's up against the fence, which is going to compound her problems, potentially. Oh, my God. Look at how heavy that crossface is, turning her. That is heavy. Heavy. Look, if you're asking what should Zhang Weili be doing, the first order of business, there is no escape from here without clearing that crossface. You have to clear the cross. Wow, look at this shit. You have to clear the crossface. There's no getting up from there. Once you clear that, all the opportunities begin to open up. But you have to clear it and fully defend it. Yeah, I mean, dude, Shevchenko's walking away with this shit. It's not that hard for her. Does it look to you like she's being pushed? I mean, people are like, oh, this is the winner of this is the greatest women's fighter of all time. Why? I mean, I guess that'd be true if Zhang Weili won, because she would be moving up in weight and beating someone who was obviously very. I mean, yeah, it would be a significant victory in either case. Please don't misunderstand me, but like the weight class difference to me seems, I'm not going to say insurmountable, but extremely relevant. Give me 1 second here, guys. All right, here we go. Round 4. Let's go. My clock is a little bit off, but we'll make it work. That little check hook lands again for Shevchenko, although the body kick lands for Zhang. Oh, that hurt her. Again. Great body kick with the back leg there from Shevchenko. Look at how often Zhang Weili is rhythm stepping. Oh, great body kick. And now head kick from Shevchenko. Clinch from Shevchenko. A little bit knee, elbow over the top from both. I thought Shevchenko got the worst of it, but neither was super significant. If the trunks of the fighter say their last name, why do we have Zhang as the last name on the lower third, but Weili as the last name on her trunks? I don't quite understand that, but okay, whatever. She is tearing the guts of Zhang apart. Oh, intercepting right hand. That was fantastic. Shevchenko's beating her ass, dude. I mean, not like, this is not the worst beating I've ever seen, but it's pretty one-sided. Again, she's just running right into it. She's coming right over the top of it too, right? On this like kind of downward angle every time. Man, Zhang Weili looks like she's out of ideas. Right? This cat catches the kick, pushes down on the frame on the head, and then we're right back here. Let's see if she's got anything for her. Yeah, DC's right. Zhang got up in round 1, but basically has been pancaked every other round. And again, how do you get up from here? You have to clear that crossface. For rule number 1, nothing else. Here comes head and arm triangle, maybe? No. You have to. You have to. If you don't have your inside control there and your head and spine is not free to turn and move, you're boned. And she's just letting her have it. Like, you have to. Gordon Ryan talks about it. There is no amount of time where you want your opponent to control your head. Listen to that again. There is no amount of time. Oh, you can let it go for a little bit. Nope. Get them off of your head immediately. You have to. You cannot allow them. You can see now she's got a hand inside like that a little bit, but Shevchenko is just so diligent about driving the hand through on that crossface. Yeah. Shevchenko's beating her ass. This is not very competitive. Oh, the replay on these body kicks. All right, the corner of Zhang Weili is they're giving her good advice. You got to go. This is it. There's nothing else left. You're not going to win a decision. Here we go. Round 5. Let's do it. Round 5. We're right back to this bullshit. Ooh. Tried a hook kick. Did you see that? Shevchenko tried a hook kick. Dude, she's backing her up and then letting her off the hook. Zhang Weili is trying to press her, and then she gets turned off the underhook from Shevchenko. They're both up against the fence. Knees to the body. Dude, Zhang can't do anything to her. And now she abandoned the last weight class she was in, where she was like the fucking queen for this fight. Okay. Oh, they're clinched. Zhang trying to just fire through on that underhook. Elbow over the top. That's going to give Shevchenko double underhooks, and she's just going to run that one over off the body lock. And now we're right back into body lock. Well, now full guard, but I was going to say body lock passing. Is this what y'all wanted? This is the winner of this is the greatest women's fighter of all time? I don't think so. I mean, maybe in the sense that Shevchenko is so accomplished. I don't know. There was just rhetoric around this fight. I get it. It was a great fight. It was a great fight on paper, right? It was a great fight on paper and a really important one and a cool one. There was this like rhetoric around this being like, this is some transcendental fight between these two figures at blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I don't know. There seems to be like a size difference. Shevchenko at 35 took Nunes's best punches and is physically strong as an ox at 25. She was strong as an ox at 35. And then you got someone coming up from 115. I didn't quite see the rhetoric to me seemed exaggerated. Not that Zhang doesn't have a great resume and is hugely important in women's MMA, and obviously Shevchenko as well, but that the pairing kind of signified something greater. I'm like, I don't know that it did. Dude, look at this. And again, one more time. How do you get up from here? You have to, I've said it 1,000 times, you have to clear the crossface. Look at where we are. We're in round 5. She's getting battered. And if the crossface isn't there, then the passing is there. And if the passing's not there, then the crossface is back. Look at this. Right back to it. Boom. There we are. Like, again, turning her head. She has no answer. She has no ability to get up. I mean, I feel like Shevchenko's resume was already tremendous, and this is certainly going to help. I'm trying to articulate my point. I just kind of felt like the threat that Zhang posed, not that she's not skillful, but given the kind of opponent she was up against and their particular history, that the threat she posed was overstated. And that, again, not that this was a foregone conclusion, but, I kind of thought that there was a good chance something like this would happen. Sure enough, Now, that being said, I don't know how I feel about the main event. As I told you guys before, I picked Islam. Then after the tape study, I was like, maybe JDM's going to have a better shot. I really don't fucking know. All right. Well, here you go. Bicycle kick in here. Zhang Weili trying anything. She just overmatched. Look at the back of Valentina's left knee. What the fuck is that? Got some kind of welt or... All right, well, there you go. Shevchenko is a beast. Shevchenko is a beast. Interesting that Herzog is not reffing tonight. Is he not reffing? I didn't even notice that. Is he not reffing tonight? Look, you should call Greg Hardy and see if you can borrow. Hang on. It doesn't really help me because my nose is the issue, not my lungs per se. Here you go. I want to see someone do an inhaler. That's how you do it. Am I alone in thinking Buffer is the absolute worst? You know what? Here's what I'll say. If you compare him to Michael Buffer, they've kind of described their differences as Michael Buffer is kind of like a glass of red wine and Bruce is like a shot of whiskey. It really just depends on what you like. I like the glass of wine, kind of Jimmy Lennon Jr., Michael Buffer style better, but it's really just a preference thing. Don't you go dying on me. I'm all right. All right, here's the official decision. Here we go. All three. 50-45. Blanked her. I don't know. That seemed like foregone conclusion is a strong word, but that seemed... I wasn't expecting anything different. I don't know how to explain this. Am I making sense? Am I not? Am I killing the point? I don't know. How long would be okay? All right. We're not doing this. Use a massage gun on your sinus passages. Trust. I don't know if I have one. I used to have one. Poor Dern. Yeah. Man, if I'm Shevchenko, I'm calling out Kayla Harrison. Right? Dude, just think about this realistically. She beat Holly Holm. She arguably beat Amanda Nunes. You watch those fights, you could make an argument for her. Not maybe less so in the first one, but you can certainly make one for her in the second one. Took her best punches, the whole 9 yards. And they're talking about the person to beat her would be someone at 36 and 115 pounds. I don't know about that, right? Kayla is a more interesting fight. All right, Joe's asking her, like, what are you going to do now? Kayla Harrison, that's the one. That's more interesting. I mean, I realize that Kayla's got other unfinished or potentially some other fights that she would want, but all right, she's giving her belt to her coach. There she is. All right. Well, not bagging on the fight, not bagging on the performance. She did everything. Here's Zhang Weili. Why is the Chinese question twice as long as the English one? She didn't really answer the question about whether she's going back to 15. All right. Yeah, he's asking again. You going to fight at 15 or not? She says she's going to take a break and think about it. Uh-oh, she's doing the Ilya Taporia bit, thanking herself. All right. All right. Great. All right. Poor Dern. I guess we'll see how that goes. Aspen Ladd carved up and KO'd. Wow. Oh, wait, no. Aspen Ladd carved up and KO'd her opponent in BKFC. All right. Cool, cool, cool. Val pulled the e-brake on an exciting card. I mean, she fought a good fight. Who's Dez Rocks? There's Movsar. Haven't seen him in forever. Frankie Edgar. Diego Lopez got 10 fucking haircuts. GSP. All right. This person writes, Shitshenko is the ultimate time filler. No KO risk. It's a little strong for me. I understand some of the frustration, but that's a little strong. Everyone shitting on Val's fighting style forgets she has made millions beating opponent after opponent. Why take unnecessary risk? I get it. I mean, especially now you're, 37 years of age in a very, very important contest. But my view is I don't really begrudge people who are like, I didn't find that super entertaining. And I also don't begrudge the fighter for fighting in a way like that. But what I would say is the fight game doesn't thrive on mismatched priorities. You have to allow for some of them in the game where the fans' expectations don't match the reality of the incentive structure that the fighter faces at that particular moment. These asymmetries happen, and they're tolerable, but too many of them hurt the fight game. C-Shank says, I find this more impressive than what Hamzat did to DDP. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, dude, those knees to the body and those body kicks, she was hurting Zhang several times in that bout. And Merab does in so many of his fights, yet she'll get more shit than either of them. She's a little bit more reserved, whereas I think Merab's a little bit more of a wild man. But I definitely, you guys saw me. I thought what Hamzat did from control perspective was great, but he did no ground and pound, and that fucking annoyed me. Leon getting KO'd was really sad, but it's been a great night of fights. Do you think Praches versus Morales is next? We'll talk about that in the post-fight show. There's a bunch of good. This is what the welterweight division is so freaking hot. We'll talk about that in the post-fight show. Dern is looking at her belt right now, not knowing she's going to get smoked when Zhang drops back down, because we all know that's a one-sided ass whooping. I would largely agree with that, yes. This fight is not like Nunes versus Cyborg, which was short but exciting. No one's more mad about this fight than Dern. Maybe so. How did you get to be this weird? Life, brother. Wiley's game plan was tailor-made to lose to Shev. Taylor spelled wrong. Yeah, it was. There's New York. Fucking great city. Lou, get boom sticks. Get boom sticks. Life changer for sinus congestion. All right, boom sticks. What the fuck are boom sticks? Nasal sticks? A personal aromatherapy inhaler containing a blend of essential oils and menthol used to provide a refreshing sensation and support better nasal breathing. I think I'm good. I think I'll just suffer. Am I the only one who wants all fights to be like this? We need Valentina in more main events. She totally didn't ruin the momentum. I don't think she ruined the night or anything, but she definitely did not maintain the momentum. Did Team Zhang even have a game plan? They sure did. Dude, John Wood's a great coach, but who thought Rick Rubin was such a great coach? Was that Rick Rubin in Valentina's corner? I'm not trained at all. I just listen. I just listen. Rip to Dern's title reign if she cuts back down. Yeah, it won't last long. It won't last long. Almost like Ilya wishing himself a happy Valentine's Day. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Feel bad for Shev. I know no one wants to see sitting around. But it's more Wiley being good than her being bad. She can't KO the best every time, or hardly ever at all anymore. I mean, there's a again, we'll talk about this in the post-fight show, but there's a reality to acknowledge here, which is that Shevchenko largely wins off of some damage, but mostly physical control in a weight class that she can make, but is much stronger than everyone else in. You know what I mean? This person writes, whenever BC starts to glaze Shevchenko, I am so tempted to send him Jack Slack slander of Valentina. You should do it. It annoys him, and therefore it pleases me. Hilarious, you pay $80 for a pay-per-view, and you still have to watch ads. I know. You know. Who has JDM beaten in the top 10, Bilal? Please look at Islam's fingers during clinches. He puts his fingers inside his opponent's gloves to get the arm drag and then the takedown. Cheater. Dude, I've talked about this on my breakdowns of him many times, especially when what he's trying to do is like pull an arm out so to get it extended. You know, for example, for like a throw where he's got an underhook on one side and he's grabbing the far side wrist, he'll kind of use that to like yank the arm over. I've talked about it many times. It's absolutely true. I feel like Shevchenko's run is really underrated. I was also bored with a lot of GSP Mighty Mouse performances, but they won and won and won like she's doing. Yeah, dude, I mean, listen, I don't have a problem with that fight in terms of Valentina's performance. I have a problem with that fight because they were trying to sell it like this was the clash of titans. And again, from a resume standpoint, yes. But when you take a step back and you're like, Shevchenko probably should have been champion at 35, and Zhang Weili's the natural 115er at 36 years. Like, what? I don't want to be disrespectful of Zhang Weili's abilities or what she's accomplished, but there was reason for skepticism about what that could have been. Skepticism. We don't know. I mean, there's been times I've been skeptical and then totally wrong, but now that it kind of turned out that way, you're like, oh, right. You know, I heard whippets behind Arby's will heal you. No, I just need better allergy medicine. Super chat is weird with spelling. Stop patronizing. No. Sell your watch-along tissues like fight kits. All right, here's main event. What do we have here? Valentina has now beaten 2 strawweight champs, Joanna and Wei Li, 2 bantamweight champions, Pena and Holly, and a flyweight champion, Grasso. Wow, yeah, that's pretty fucking good. It's pretty fucking good. One's biggest card of the year live right now, crickets. Didn't they lose like 2 of their top fights? They lost the main event too, something like that. JDM has the tools to win, but he made a few mistakes versus Bilal that I know Islam would have punished. No silly mistakes equals W, but easier said than done. I can buy that. Mm-hmm. All right, here comes Islam. Main event time. There he is. There's Habib. This thing. Here he comes. Islam, by the way, look, does not have terrible cauliflower ear at all. Kind of some Habib does. Habib's got dumplings glued to the fucking side of his head. Got a little bit of cauliflower ear in there, but not much. Let's see how big Islam looks. I mean, he looks big, but not like abnormally big. I remember when Matt Hughes fought Royce Gracie. If you guys recall, Matt Hughes was champion at 170. You know, his back looks bigger. But that fight, the Gracie fight, so Matt Hughes versus Royce Gracie, which was designed to kind of sell audiences on like the new UFC, that fight was at 75. So Matt Hughes remember he was a champion, or right around that point. So they were basically spotting him 5 extra pounds. He may have even come in at 176, I forget. So, but he looked much bigger. And you're like, well, that's only 5 pounds, but like the way in which Islam was so drained at 55 coming to 70, it's a much bigger haul, but that extra 5 pounds let Matt Hughes bulk up even more, right? And he just looked like a fucking monster, and he demolished Royce Gracie. I remember arguing with people before that fight. They'd be like, dude, but Royce Gracie would fight like 4 guys in one night. I'm like, 4 relative to Matt Hughes anyway, 4 fucking bums. Like, Matt Hughes is gonna terminate this fool, you know. And they're like, no, Royce could beat like 2-3 guys in a night. I'm like, yeah, not like that. All right, Islam's in the cage. He's looking pretty relaxed, I gotta say. His back looks bigger. Yeah, his back looks bigger. All right, here comes JDM. He's getting booed. Oh, is this TNT? A little Bon Scott. I do love some old school AC/DC. On your color TV screen. Look at he's mean mugging. I love it. Now, where is Craig Jones? Is he cornering? I'm TNT Dynamite. There he is. I don't see Craig. Oh, there he is. Way in the back. I spoke to Craig a few times this week. We were chatting a little bit. You know, UFC hates it that he's on the screen right now, by the way. You guys know that, right? They fucking hate it. LOL, calling cauliflower ear dumplings. That's what it looks like. He's got like soup dumplings attached to his head. K-Bob says, fighters become more conservative and become decision machines as their title reigns extend. This is true. See GSP, DJ Bones, Valentina Cruz, and to a lesser extent, Aldo Anderson Nunes. Why do you think this is? Because they're easier to figure out, so they have to lord their core strengths, which are really what is very special about them, very carefully over opposition that is catching up to them. They're setting a standard, and then the opposition slowly begins to figure them out. And so it narrows their game. They can stick to the very core elements of what makes them excellent, but it narrows the scope of how applicable that is. If JDM dominates, where is he pound for pound? Got to be top 5? Yeah. If you dominate Islam Makhachev, you're probably a top 5 pound for pound guy. I want JDM to win just for that mean mug. It was great. Mean mugs like that, they're either going to make you look great or bad in the long term. All right, 29-34 for JDM. He's got the age and the youth advantage, roughly similar in height, and a 3-inch reach advantage for JDM. So slightly taller and about a 3-inch or 2.5-inch reach advantage. Excuse me, I said 3.5. It's closer to 2.5 out, obviously. So a little bit taller, a little bit rangier. We'll see how much that matters. Here's Bruce. He's still mean mugging. Dude, Jack looks like he's in good fucking shape. Your judges are Derek Clearly, Sal D'Amato, Ron McCarthy. All these scores might be a little wonky, boys and girls. Herb Dean is your referee. I guess we shall see. Bruce is going bananas. It's You think Craig pushes UFC's buttons like that? Oh, the stories I could tell. Yes, he pushes their buttons like that. Yes. Like, yes. Yes, he pushes their buttons like that. Guys, I don't know if you know this, but UFC brass, despite being, wealthy beyond anyone's wildest imaginations and having succeeded in every possible way, they are very sensitive to words. Do you think DC should be allowed to commentate Islam fights? I often find he can be quite biased. It's very noticeable. The answer is probably not, but I mean, what are you going to do, bro? Like, it's just the way the UFC works. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you're probably not, probably not, but whatever. How long till UFC bans Craig Jones? I don't know if I honestly, like, I don't know the answer to that, but I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't ban him this time. Xfeed stated Islam won via second round Darce choke. Well, the fight hasn't happened yet, so let's wait. All right, there's Jack. Let's get the clock ready, boys and girls. Here we go. Main event time. This is the big one. Let's wait for the face-off. They touch gloves. Yeah, Jack looks a little bigger, but Islam looks pretty fucking big. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Round one, Jack Della Maddalena versus Islam Makhachev for the welterweight title of the world. Here we go. 2 southpaws so far. Remember, Jack's going to switch. Islam has that long guard. He kind of goes like this, right? He kind of JDM on the gas right away, staying in southpaw. I think that's to reduce the ability for Islam to get an easy pickup off the single, but we shall see. I mean, he's going to switch stances, but let's see. Islam probing. Okay, now you have open stance. Let's see what he does with it. So remember, now he's back. Ooh, good front kick there. A little bit short for Islam, but good thought. Nice jab to the body from JDM. Good stick. Going to the body against a guy who has cardio issues, obviously going to be really important. Oh, where the crossface is with the underhook. So that's so far good. But as you can see, there's no posture for ground and pound. Let's see what he can do with it. That was a good trap dump, man. If your head and shoulder like that are controlled, it's just it's just not, you can't get up. Now, Islam's not doing much with this. So let's be clear about that. Okay. You can see him 2-on-1. We talked about this on the tape study. 2-on-1 prevents him. Now he's just going to stand. When you have a 2-on-1, there's no grip. He tries to sumigashi around. Islam posts off of his head, maintains it from the back control. He's going to wrestle him to his hands. The shoulder might hit the back of the head of JDM to roll him underneath. No, he loses it. He's not going to get it. Arm comes around the back as he tries to crab. Leg comes over it. The arm is... Oh, JDM's arm was almost trapped. Okay, so now he's got the claw. He's going to flatten him out. Yep, there you go. So JDM is big on baseball, what they call baseball bat grips. That's two hands on one, because if I can do that, he can't make a grip. And if he can't make a grip, you can just stand. The denial of grips is going to be key to anything JDM does. And he's got a good elbow from underneath here too. If I'm Islam, I got to put a little bit of steam on this. Like short elbows, something. Give the referee something to remember. Okay, 2-on-1. So now there's no grip. The weight is on top of him, but if he can clear a little space, get that inside knee, right? And he let it go. This is better for Islam. Oh, he's trying to set up the Darce. There it is. He's trying to set it up. You can see right there. He's trying to slide it through. Oh, Jack stopped it. But there it is. Look at him with the grip on the far side. He's reaching across the back. He can stop it with the crossface, and he does. When they reach across the back for octopus guard, when JDM tries it, the way for Islam to beat it is to get the crossface over the face. If he misses it, he can still sit up. This is great top control from Islam. And now he's going to go knee on belly, and he's going to give him a little bit of ground and pound. Oh. A little bit of a leg lock attempt here. There's really nothing there. He's just kind of collected it. His knee is down. You can't do that. Yeah. That was a foul. I don't know. I don't think they're going to take a point, but you got to be careful with that bullshit. So 10-9 round to me for Islam. Probably, right? Craig, hold that. Let's see. Yep. So it's a head inside single. Now, trap dump. Watch him come over the top on this trap dump. Yep. Watch. Peel it out and then come right over the top. Boom. Trap dump. All right. Let's get the clock ready for round 2. Okay. Let's do it. Round 2. Yeah, one thing we saw in the Bilal fight that really people didn't pay much attention to was the lateral movement, and the footwork of JDM was very, very good. So far, he's so heavy trying to make offense happen that you're not seeing quite as much of that. Catches the kick. Good post. Head kick from Islam. It's blocked. Or maybe it wasn't. I don't know. I guess Jack got like an uppercut or something in there. The back was turned. We couldn't quite see it. Islam's got him up against the fence. This is a place they probably don't want to be, right? Islam had problems. Trip. He tries to come over the back. And Islam runs him at a 90-degree angle, and now Islam's on top. That was a mistake by JDM. That's those little trip throws he does. The fake judo, I call it the fake judo, where he's not trying to land a Harai Goshi. He's trying to use a Harai Goshi to create space. But against a guy like this, who's very, very good at judo, that's a problem. All right, now he's going to roll to his base. Let's see. Let's see if he reaches behind the back. Good elbows from Islam. 2-on-1 by JDM. But he's got in a bad position to be able to get up. You can see, look at the weight distribution of Islam. It may not look like much, like he's just doing it, but I guarantee you he is strategically covering spaces and apportioning his weight in ways that feels like a fucking blanket. These guys are, okay, both knees are down. You might see a knee lever. Pay attention. You might see a knee lever. But he being up against the fence, actually, that's going to limit that. Never mind. Oh, he might use the fence to push. That seems reasonable. So there he is. Once again, if you want to get the octopus guard, the way to beat that is you cross-face them on the sit-up. But if they can beat that arm and then you can't reach around for the cross-face, then they got a problem. JDM, he's not getting overwhelmed here, but he's not getting a lot going either. Crowd can boo all the fuck they want, man. This is a tough-ass fight for Islam. This is better. Give him some elbows to remember. Here it is. Okay. Does he beat the crossface? No. And he captured the wrist, too. That's typically going to be enough to get pancaked back over. Yep. Just like that. You see? Now he's got both knees down. Whenever he gets both knees down, not quite from this position, he has to be a little bit more extended out, but then the giggler sweep comes back into play, what they call the knee lever. Okay, he's trying to sit up off octopus guard again. Again, he's just running right into the crossface every dude. Islam's discipline on that crossface is fucking good. Dude, Islam just doesn't make many mistakes, man. Here we go. Head pinch. Nope. He's going to try and move forward. Nope. He's just going to put his weight on top. Shoulder crunch. from JDM. Shoulder crunch. Let's see what he can do with it. Nothing. Islam starting to batter him now a little bit. Okay. JDM rolls to his base. Islam is covering him with the front headlock. That's a dangerous place to be, but he stands. Great job by him. Good knee to the body there from Islam. You got the drag, the 2-on-1 drag from JDM. There it is. You see how he's got the 2-on-1 on the drag? Okay. And there it is. Islam, 2018, as far as I can tell. Okay. His coach tells him, you're not moving your feet. In the Bilal Muhammad fight, if you watch the tape study that we did, we really made a point of noting Jack was so good about circling when he needed to, lateral movement when he needed to. Islam looks good so far. Man, Islam's positioning on top is so fucking good. Man, he is a nightmare to deal with. All right, here we go. Round 3. Let's go. Round 3. Okay. Okay, there you see Jack moving a little bit more. And also make Makhachev have to find you a little bit more, right? Be on your horse. Noteworthy how much Jack is staying in southpaw. He is begging him to do a double rather than an easy pickup on the single. I mean, you can do a single obviously from this closed stance, but it makes it much more facilitated with an open one. And I think that they wanted to limit that and force him into one of these doubles, but Islam real good about that lead kind of hook. It's not super powerful, but it can be very disruptive. Marab has something similar. Good leg kick from the champ, or the challenger, excuse me. Good front kick, too. Now Islam having to use his lateral movement. Whoa. Misses with a head kick. JDM gets under it. Oh, JDM lands a couple hard shots here. He tried this clinch. Islam tried this clinch on Dustin Poirier and kind of had some of the same troubles with it. Golly, the timing on that fucking double was perfect. Fucking hell, bro. Dude. We talked about in the Bilal fight, what was one of the major improvements that JDM showed? He showed that, he was getting his down blocking, so stopping the takedown at the point of the attack earlier. He's trying to get, nope. And, normally because he would have to scramble after being taken down. I was like, wow, he made real improvements. Dude, Islam is making this shit look easy. Damn, Islam's good. And I know what some of you are going to say, like, why weren't you this enthusiastic about what Shevchenko was doing to Zhang Weili? I mean, don't get me wrong. It's very similarly quite good. But Jack is the champ, and, Islam's the one going up in weight, and Jack's 29, not 36. Like, Islam is beating a prime JDM right now. I mean, we'll see what happens. There's plenty of fight left, but still. All right, he's trying to roll up. Dude, look at how much the weight distribution and where he's placing his chest on those far side shoulders and arms. Like, JDM can't even sit up. All right, trying to pass. Can you get it? Those knee cut passes, you really have to have the neck and head isolated like that to pass. Sure enough. Oh no, he lost it. Sorry. See that? You have to have really the top of that part of the control has to be firmly established before you have to dive weight into that so you can slide the leg out underneath. If you don't, it's very easy to manipulate them off of you. And so JDM's having trouble rolling because the instant he rolls, here comes Islam setting this shit up. 2-on-1 from JDM. All right, he's got 2-on-1 here. Let's see what he can do with it. Nothing. These battering little elbows here. Dude, he's beating Jack's ass. I mean, he's not beating his ass like, oh, this is the most damage I've ever seen, but the skill difference is pretty substantial. Okay, so he's going to try and sit up here. Does he have the crossface? Let's see. Doesn't need it. I can hear Habib yelling in frantic Russian. Again, look at Habib. Look at Islam constantly. Okay, here he is. Chest wrap. Yep, exactly. DC's totally right. And Jack comes. Oh, and Islam. Jack tried to get the takedown, and Islam just kind of like with a Uchimata kind of cartwheeled him over. 3-0 Islam. 3-0 Islam. Corner is giving him the right advice, man. They're telling him the truth. If I'm JDM, I'm putting the jab in his face. Obviously, easy for me to say that than, to do it. All right, round 4. Here we go. All right, open stance now. Della Maddalena. Now, what does this do for Islam's ability to snatch that lead leg? Let's see. I think they wanted to avoid this if at all possible, but I mean, the other shit wasn't working. Let's see what you can get from it. Wee. These body kicks from the back leg of Islam are not too shabby. I mean, you can just see how much better Islam striking is than Habib's. Maybe he doesn't have the same kind of terrifying ground and pound, or the same pace on the ground, but on the feet, he is way better. Dude, look at Jack. Jack's not even throwing anything. Jack's not doing shit this round. Okay, threw one there, but I mean, it's not just he can't get anything. Where's your jab, brother? Oh, Islam's leg kicks are tough, bro. Boom. Oh my God, dude. Look at this. He's got the legs shelved. He's going to completely pinch him here. Now he's going to float to potentially to mount or the back. He might let him roll. Let's see. Got to be honest, this is not a great showing from Jack. He looks mentally defeated, if you ask me. All right, he tries to scramble here, but dude, he can't even get to stage 2 on these things. He can't even get Z guard, but you've got almost like a leg drag from Islam. All right, Jack rolls to his base. Islam puts the hooks in. Oh my god, bro! He's gonna body triangle him. Let's see where he puts it on the outside, which means he's gonna just hold this shit for the rest of the round. Oh, he trapped the arm, BJ Penn style. Here comes the rear naked choke. Let's see. He trapped the arm. He trapped the arm. So now it's a 2-on-1 battle. Oh, he got it out. Great job by Jack getting it out. But if you're Islam, you got to make him pay. That was nasty from Islam. Brother. Islam Makhachev. He's fucking good. He's fucking good. Jack is out of ideas. He is, remember the levels of the game: survive, defend, attack. Jack Della Maddalena has spent this entire fight between survive and defend. Once again, how do you get up from here? You have to clear the crossface. Otherwise, you can't do shit. Look at Islam shelving the bottom leg so Jack can't get to his base. You see that? And now he's got a quarter Nelson. Or he's going to reach behind the back. Let's see what he's going to do with it. He might go for the Kimura. Let's see. He might go for the Kimura here. Let's see. Let's see. Yep. There it is. Called it. Saw that one coming a mile away. There it is. Saw that one. Jack's doing the right thing. Gets his back against the fence. That's much better. That's great. That's good defense. Okay, let's see if Islam's going to wrestle him to his hands here, or he's just going to reconstitute the double. You can see JDM reaching for the switch, but he doesn't really have what he needs. There we go. Round 4. Okay, I mean, it's all Islam Makhachev through 4. JDM is going to need a stoppage here to win. Simple as that. Man, the corner is in the... I mean, they're letting Jack know what the fuck is up. I like Jack's corner. I mean, look at Islam. He looks great. One. Let's do it. Round 5. Open stance again. JDM heavy on the front foot. He's going to get taken down off that bullshit. Ooh. They know he's going to come out crazy. Shoots the double. Good sprawl. Not really. Islam still gets it. Islam is strong as fuck. Wrist capture. And he's going to slide him back. Oh, he's going to gift wrap him here. Here comes the gift wrap. Gift wrap. He's feeding it to the other hand. Look at the gift wrap. Oh, he lost it. He still might get it. He still might get it. And then JDM slides his hips over. Oh, Kimura. He thought he was going to go for the crossface, and he went all the way to short. It could be JDM thought he was going to come for the crossface, and he just went all the way around to the other side for the arm. He might fuck this arm up. Here we go. Again, you can sit up. You can sit up off the octopus guard, but if they cross-face you on the octopus guard, it doesn't work. 2-on-1 on the baseball bat grip. Here we have a knee shield. So a very possibility here is Jack's going to take more risks to make something happen, which is going to open him up to potential more up. Don't hit the back of the fucking head, Islam. Man, they had this shit. They had Craig's answers waiting for him. Like they studied. Islam's team studied. They knew what he was going to try. They knew where they wanted to be. Here we go. Pulls the wrist up, sits the hips on top. You see how Islam twists his hips over to cover at times? Look at Islam turking the bottom leg. Look at it. Look at it. See how Islam has shelved the bottom leg? You see that? He turked it. So that way Jack can't circle underneath with his legs to get to his base. And he's got the far side wrist captured. See that? Dude, this looks like a fucking, look at the bottom turk. Look at the bottom leg turk. Y'all see that? Man. This wasn't even fucking close. I mean, Jack's good enough to survive and not much else. All right, full guard for Jack. That's better than before. I mean, do something with it. Throw up a triangle. Omoplata. Try something. Once again, sure. Man, Jack's in pain about something. He keeps trying that same kind of Granby roll that he's trying to invert, and Islam is shutting it down every fucking time. This might be the beginning of the end. This might be the beginning of the end. Let's see. No. Damn, bro. Islam beat the... I mean, again, it wasn't like a huge amount of punishment, but the skill differential was high. Damn. 18 minutes of control time in a 25-minute fight. Fucking hell. Up a weight class. Islam is special, bro. Islam is special. I mean, I don't know how much this fight entertained you necessarily, but Islam is fucking good. Z-guard. He's going to try and sit to... Yep, there it is. He's going to try and stand and get away here. The difference is Islam's got grips, which changes the equation. Yeah, there you go. Reminder for everyone watching, post-fight show is going to start once they make the official announcement. If you've got a question for the post-fight show, put that into the super chat now. Can I be honest? A little anticlimactic. Man. Islam is So good. Those leg kicks were brutal. I was surprised at how good the leg kicks were. Watch, he tries this Harai Goshi. Islam keeps his hips facing the mat. He tries to come over the top and just runs him into the fence. Boom. And those leg kicks, bro. He was tearing JDM up with those. Boom. Pump fake. Double. Dumps him. Dude, I couldn't believe how easy he got these. There's Hasbullah. All right. Scores. All three. 50-45. Wow, they got both belts on him. Man, Islam Makhachev is the new UFC welterweight champion of the world, man. 34 years of age, he did this. He is so good. All right, here's Joe. There's Ali. All right, here's Islam. th fighter in UFC history to become a champion in 2 weight classes. He thanks New York. He says he can nonstop wrestle at 170. This night's so easy. What was your game plan? It's no secret. All my opponents know it, and they can't stop it. Yep, that's right. Open the White House. I'm coming. All right, are they going to talk to JDM? Are they going to talk to JDM? No? All right, is that it? All right. Let me tell the donks on Twitter that the show is going to start, and then we're going to get the post-fight show going, all right? Here we go. Here we are. Okay. Let me kill that. Let's get this going. All right, private. Here we go. Okay. Let me take this off real quick. Guys, I'm going to quickly, my bathroom is literally right here. Before we get going, I'm going to quickly go to the bathroom very quickly, just number one, very quickly, and then we're going to get this going. Wait 1 second for me, if you don't mind. 1 second, and then we'll get this going, all right? Let's do this very quickly. All right, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. 1 second. Okay. All right. I promised that would be it. I promised that would be it. Okay, let's start, shall we? Hello, everyone. My name is Luke Thomas. This is the official, or my official anyway, UFC 322 post-fight show. The event is over. It's in the books, and we have a lot to talk about. So let's do that. Thumbs up if you're watching and you haven't already. Subscribe if you're watching and you haven't already. And if you want a question to get on the screen in the Q&A portion of this post-fight show, be so kind as to fire something into the super chat, if you wouldn't mind. One more reminder, if I may, all live programming on this channel is brought to you by our friends at Toiletries. There's a link in the description box below. You can go to toiletries.com right now, 25% off everything on your Black Friday sale. So without further ado, let's watch this Toiletries ad very, very quickly, and then let's talk about UFC 322.
Pull in for the full scrub. Back, body, face, head, we got you covered. From your chest hairs to downstairs, no nicks, no worries. Toiletries, helping men feel good and look good.
There it is. TOOLETRIES.com, 25% off, quality materials, quality products, just something that's really good, that's going to last, and that absolutely works. I use it every single day, whether it's this or something else. 25% off for Black Friday sales. Okay, let's talk about what we saw. Let me get, you know what? Let's do this. Let's do this real quick. I'm going to get my stats up so we can look at these stats here a little bit later. Okay. All right. Ready? Let's do it. Okay. UFC 322 is in the books. This took place at Madison Square Garden in New York City, New York. In the main event for the UFC welterweight title, Islam Makhachev defeats Della Maddalena via unanimous decision across the board with scores of 50-45. Islam Makhachev will probably be your pound-for-pound number one fighter in the world after this. Obviously is now a two-time, or I should say two-division, not simultaneous, but has belts in two different divisions, and is now the reigning, as we indicated, welterweight champion in his first fight up at 170 pounds. There's a lot to say about the fight itself. I think I want to start with what I saw out of Islam. Honestly, this was kind of easy for him. Easy is not quite the right word, but I mean, because the preparation is hard and it makes them very, very prepared. But like in terms of the adversity that he faced in this contest, this is not even his hardest UFC fight. I mean, dude, he took way more damage against Dustin Poirier. Way more. Dude, Islam Makhachev is a fucking marvel. As I indicated during the course of the broadcast, and this is not something that's not like, you know, this is not like widely known or something, but his stand-up is, when he's using his stand-up to set up takedowns, it looks a little wonky. But when he's using it, particularly to counter-strike, his slipping and then reaction time, and then his ability to just change up rhythm where it looks like he's striking with you, and then all of a sudden, you know, he's launching into the wrestling. It is quite remarkable. And that was on display tonight. But the reality of what was really on display to me was two things. Number one, they knew what Craig Jones had to offer. And obviously, as I've said before, I have great respect for Craig Jones, and I think he's done an enormous amount of good in terms of changing how jiu-jitsu kind of functionally operates inside both competitive jiu-jitsu, but certainly within MMA as well. Islam's team was ready for it, whether this is Z-guard, which he uses a lot, whether this is, you know, octopus guard to sit up and around, whether this is various ways to turtle, whether it's what I call the fake judo, where he's hitting these harai goshis from stand-up, whatnot. They knew all the things that he was going to try, Jack was going to try, and Islam shut them down before basically any of them really ever got started. So the first thing I want to say was Islam came super well prepared. Super well prepared. But the more important part was that, dude, Islam made a point during fight week when they asked him about, like, hey, what about the Craig Jones influence? And again, I love Craig and I think his influence is real. And to the extent that JDM was in this at all, I think is in large part a credit to Craig. But one thing he did say that I also think in Islam's defense, he obviously proved to be quite right, which was, yeah, listen, you can bring a guy like that in and they can help you, but that's not the same as a lifetime of wrestling. It's not the same as a lifetime of grappling. It's just not the same. Like the amount of things you're going to know and the amount of ways you're going to be able to make that work is just so significantly different. And that was absolutely, that's true more broadly. And that was absolutely true in this fight. Let me give you two examples. Number one, I mentioned those throws that JDM likes to try. They're not even real throws, but he'll throw up a harai goshi, right? And the harai goshi is if there's two legs, one goes across them or to the outside of them. Uchimata goes in the middle, right? So it's not an Uchimata, it's harai goshi. So he's throwing up a harai goshi. And against Bilal, what would it do? It would rotate Bilal so far away that he could pull his own underhook out, and now they're facing off. It was just a way to create a scramble. It was a way to create space to then get a scramble going. He tried some of the stuff with Islam, but dude, Islam's reaction time in the clinch to make sure that he never got bowled over, could keep hip-to-hip contact if he needed, a hard whizzer, hips facing the mat. He's able to reconstitute the position in a way that like even guys like Bilal Muhammad couldn't do, who's a very good fighter. Islam's got this insane depth of feel, not just knowledge, but a feel of positions such that, yes, was he prepared for some of these particular attacks? Yes. But the reason why he was so able to nimbly defeat them is also because they took specific preparation for what they were going to face and married that with his natural understanding of the feel for these positions, what makes them work, what makes them not work, and how to react very quickly to reconstitute it or reconsolidate top position. So he throws Islam, but Islam maintains that tight whizzer, hip to hip, hips facing the mat, and then runs back, and so it just doesn't work. Or he tries to Granby over, and instead Islam is able to capture it and rotate, come at an angle, and then push him up into the fence. And then on top, he was constantly threatening, excuse me, he was constantly threatening many things, whether it was the pass, he was using obviously part of the crossface to flatten him out to threaten the pass. When that didn't work, he would come behind the head to then threaten the Kimura. That would get him to roll. Now you're setting up going behind the back on the Darce or various other opportunities there. Like they had the sequence built in. And dude, Islam apportions his weight and sags his posture over the top of arms so JDM could even he would turk the bottom leg. Dude, fucking Islam Makhachev's technical attention to detail is not just high, it's borderline comprehensive. If he needs to do single leg attacks, he can do them. If he had the single and then the trap dump. If he needs to do double legs, he can do them. If he needs to do trips, he can do them. Sasai is a trip. A Sasai, he can do it. Various throws, he can do it. And then when when JDM would roll to his base and finally catch, an opportunity to get going, where's Islam? Hovering, floating, landing right on top, sagging his weight so JDM can't stand. He's putting one hook in. He's capturing the far side wrist. And all of this is happening not just quickly. It's happening fucking automatically. It's happening automatically. Islam's level of technical detail is punishing for opponents. Dude, that fucking guy is going to be hard to beat. Straight up grappling. We'll talk about it. Ilia Topuria ain't fucking beating him in the grappling. Sorry. Oh, I don't give a shit how good he is in the other departments. Can he knock Islam out? Yeah, of course. Could he stuff a couple of takedowns along the way and make it interesting? Absolutely. But like, do I think like if it becomes mostly a grappling affair, do I think Ilya's going to win? Fuck no, I don't. Dude, Islam's got a lifetime of feel matched with technical precision, matched with, in this particular case, the exact right study material. I mean, look at the difference in the fucking abilities. I mean, I honestly said this. I picked Islam on MK, but I don't know. Then I did the tape study. I was like, oh man, JDM's going to go in there and do much better than I thought. And I was like, well, I kind of regret it, but what are you going to do? You're going to let it rock. In the end, man, as good as Bilal Muhammad is, the level of difference between the contemporaries that he was dealing with and Islam in terms of like all the things I've mentioned, it is significant. And then you add in the fact that Islam is like more than competent on the feet. Those leg kicks that he was landing on JDM, they torched him because JDM was trying to stand, I think, in closed stance. So he was matching essentially the stance of Islam. And I think they were doing that to make him go for the double, if at all possible, right? Which would make him potentially go from further away. And I think they like their chances better rather than getting some kind of lift up off of a single and then, getting the takedown from there. Well, sure enough, he was able to even get it anyway. But then the leg kicks made him go open stance. And that just made his problems even worse. He couldn't get anything hardly going from that at all. Then you add in some of those body kicks he was able to land, some of the front kicks that were at least keeping JDM honest, the head kick that was keeping him honest. Dude. I mean, even if you want to say that Islam isn't quite the ground punisher that Habib is, okay, fine. I'll dial that back from Habib. If Habib's like a 9 out of 10, I'll dial it back to like an 8, maybe even a 7, right? But then you dial up the other parts of it in terms of like the well-roundedness of his striking and whatnot. And it's like, dude, that's going to be a real tough guy to beat. They had this dude dead to rights. Those takedowns came easy. And when the takedowns came, he got up, I guess he got up in the first. How many times did he get up in the first? I don't know what it was. Islam, I got some of the numbers here. They're coming in. We don't have the full ones yet. Islam went 4 for 4 on takedowns with over 19. We'll look at these stats here in a minute. With over 19 minutes of control time. Dude, he was way better than JDM. Way better. And yes, if it was just a pure striking bout versus just a pure striking bout, maybe that striking would have looked different. But like, again, the fact that he's got this dynamite grappling game and then this kind of like no bullshit stand-up game to marry it, he's hard to beat. He's hard to beat. Islam Makhachev is easily one of the most special fighters in MMA history. That's not exaggeration. I'm not saying he's the best one, but I'm saying he's at the upper table of ability. He's at the upper table now. I mean, I guess he needs a few more big names on his resume, but like this was, as I said before, and I'll say it again, Khabib doesn't have a win like this. Up a weight class, doing this, and then getting a belt and then blanking the fucking guy. Dude. Islam is insanely special. Now, it wasn't the most dynamic fight I've ever seen, in part because JDM just couldn't get out of first gear. The other part, which is a reality, I think, of the modern game, namely, guys are much harder to hold down than they used to be. So it's limiting what kind of ground and pound you would used to get. So Islam didn't necessarily lay like a hardcore beating on him in that particular way. But in terms of doing the things he needed to do, not just to secure a victory, but to show, first of all, threatening with those arm bars, Kimuras or straight arm bars, depending on what they would have been, a few times, I thought was really interesting. Never got close, but again, keeping him honest, threatening with that Darce choke, keeping him honest. And again, credit to JDM for having answers for it. The one time Islam gets the back and does the BJ Penn bit where he traps the arm with one of the legs, and now 2 hands versus 1. This is a different kind of equation. You know, he survived that as well. Like, he had good grit to work out of these things. But dude, look at the comprehensive nature of what Islam did to him. Beat him up standing, took him down literally whenever the fuck he wanted, kept him down basically as much as he wanted. Didn't lay the hardest beating I've ever seen down, but in terms of what the skill differential was, and never letting Jack ever get out of first gear, that is about as clean a performance as you'll ever see in high-level MMA. Again, one more time. Up a weight class. Up a weight class. And yes, I'll be the first one to admit I've seen Islam dig his fingers into other opponents' gloves. I've seen it. It's not a myth. I've seen it. Did y'all see any of that bullshit tonight? Does it look like that explains how he won various position battles or the fight more broadly? Didn't look that way to me. Looked to me like one guy was infinitely better than the other guy. Look at the variety of takedowns. Trap dump, double, right? How he rode top position, just having his weight distributed over the... That's the one thing I love. He would have the far side underhook, right? So he'd have head on this side. If this is the head right here, this is the head of JDM. He'd have his head on one side, Islam would, and he'd have the underhook on the other side, right? But then when he didn't have underhook, he'd bring the head over to the same side and then put the chest right pinning on top of JDM, right? So you're using the center point of your chest to now pin them down as well as the arm so they can't get the underhook going. Dude, that is mastery of the craft. Mastery. And he's doing all these other things. We're turking the bottom leg multiple times to prevent turns, threatening that top side arm when he needed to, reaching behind the back, obviously the crossface to stop him from sitting up off octopus guard. Just think about what you have to do to beat a guy like that. Like, all the problems you have to solve. Because, I mean, honestly, that's what you have to think about, right? You're like, when two guys match up, if you're trying to come up with a game plan, you're thinking about what you do better, what they might do better, if you're being honest with yourself, how to avoid those parts of the game if you need to, or then how to, defend yourself if it comes to that, right? Depending on what the particular threat is. Think about how many problems you have to solve for to beat Islam Makhachev. It's endless. Your takedown defense has to be on point. Your scrambling has to be on point. Your hand fighting has to be on point. Your sub defense has to be on point. Your striking better fucking be on point. Again, he's not the best striker in the division, but he'll keep your fucking ass honest. If you're not ready to go, that needs to be on point. Your cardio needs to be on point. Like, think about how many fault lines you have to have answers for to beat a guy like that. It's overwhelming. It's overwhelming that someone would have this kind of an ability up a weight class in their first fight and he can do these kinds of things. To watch JDM, and I know people are going to say, well, he only beat Bilal, so now we have to kind of reconsider how good he was. Okay, fine. And JDM's 29. His career's not over. He might be back here again. Again, maybe it's against Islam. I don't know. I'm not saying they're going to get a rematch, but I'm saying he might get a title shot again. And who knows? He might become a champion again. That is absolutely and entirely possible. But at the same time, like, he can train the rest of his life. He'll never catch up to Islam. He'll never have that. By 35 or 34, I guarantee you he still wouldn't be able to beat this 34-year-old version of him. It's too much time. It's too much time in the formative years. It can't be done. Honestly, I'm not saying Islam can't be beaten. At 170 pounds, these guys hit hard. One mistake can prove extremely costly. One failed takedown, he might tear a rib, and then he can't move right, and then he gets his lights punched out. Like, I'm not telling you he's invincible, but I'm telling you if he's healthy and he's prepared, and this is not on short notice, brother. I mean, you have to unlock. So you have to pick so many locks. And I just feel like on a night like that, you can pick a couple of them. You can. There's definitely some things you can answer for him. You can make things harder, but the level of offensive detail, the comprehensive nature of it, that is way too much, I think, for almost anybody in that division. I guess I'm curious to see how things go, against a beast like Michael Morales. I'm curious to see what happens if he gets an opportunity against Shavkat Rakhmonov. I mean, there's definitely some interesting fights there that I want to see. And again, I don't think he's invincible, but if he's healthy and he's ready, who is as skilled as him in that division? Answer that question more basically. Who is as comprehensively good, who can play the levels like he can with the specialization that he has, and maybe the most important part of the fight game, which is the grappling and the top control and wrestling? Who's got that? Who matches that at 170? Dude, nobody. Not Rakhmonov. Morales might be able to shut a lot of that down and then beat him up on the feet like he was able to do for Brady today. We'll see. Okay, that's different. Fine. But who is as skilled? Who has the Batman tool belt at 170 like Makhachev? Nobody in that division is like that. That is a unenviable task to fight a guy like that, where even when you scramble and you get to the next stage of where you're going and they're beating you to the punch there too, that is demoralizing. Because when JDM fought Bilal, he's able to start a scramble, get to the next stage, and Bilal's the one kind of playing catch up. Not Islam. Islam knows exactly where you're going and exactly what he needs to do, both in terms of the technical assignment as well as kind of the physicality and the feel of these positions and where they need to be. And you notice how, like I've said this before, man, what separates Islam is he's not the fucking, bruising marauder that Habib is, but look at how little he makes mistakes. It's crazy. It's crazy that a guy can fight 25 minutes at this fucking level. We've got to take that off the screen, please. Okay, guys, let's take that off the screen. I don't know who's putting it on the screen, but take it off. Okay. Guys, you're killing me with this shit. Here, let's do this. Okay. Please don't put things on the screen. I'm begging you not to do that. Okay. Where was I? Now I lost my fucking train of thought. Hang on one second. Anyway, you get the idea. There's just no one quite like that. Not at 170. And in the history of MMA, it's also, all those guys were well-rounded and then, had specializations, but another reminder of like the bar of excellence about what you have to do to be able to achieve like that. Now, there's something to be said for JDM in this fight too, which was he looked to be in tremendous condition, but I think he just ran into someone tonight. He felt what it was like to suffer under that guy, and I think he lost confidence. Now, he might have been injured too, in which case, I'll revise this opinion a little bit to say that, did he have a fucked up rib? Because you saw him wincing a lot. I know his leg was messed up. Was that the only thing that was messed up? I don't know. But it looked to me, I'm not going to say he quit or something, but I think that he went in there with an attitude about what this was going to be, and then he felt like what it was actually going to be. And I think it kind of, I think it affected his competitive fire a little bit. I think it took it away. Oops, hang on here. Wait. Ilya on Twitter. Jack needs an entire camp dedicated just to wrestling. What a disappointment of a champion. You should go to Georgia to learn something. Islam, you need something you can't train. Emotion. You're the most boring thing in this game. Every day, I'm more certain I put you to sleep. That's funny. Okay, we'll get to some of these other details here later. How would Islam with JDM? I really feel like he's a good fighter, a great fighter, and I think he'll be back and he'll have some great wins. But he was based on what we learned, he was never going to win tonight. Never. How would Ilya Topuria versus Islam Makhachev go? That's kind of the operative question here. How would that go? Well, it's kind of funny, right? I think Ilya is a genuine KO threat, and I do think he can put up a better first stage defensive wrestling job than JDM did. But if he's not able to knock Islam out early, I think that he eventually gets worn down and beaten too. 145er coming up like that. I did not grow more confident about Ilya's chances based on watching this fight. You know what I mean? Like, it didn't fill me with like great confidence. Oh, wow. I mean, the guy to beat him is clearly Ilya Topuria. I think that the Ilya Topuria fight makes sense for a few reasons. Promotionally, stylistically, and almost a necessity for the sport to make big fights. But did you all watch that and think, oh yeah, Ilya's definitely gonna, oh, I saw something here. I thought Ilya had a chance before. Now I'm really sure. Did y'all watch that and think that? I didn't. I wouldn't say that's the impression that I got. I take Ilya's chances of winning very seriously, and I do think he can put up a better fight, even as big as Jack is at 170. I absolutely think that. But at the same time, I think that Islam is so fucking comprehensively good. And again, we haven't even talked about the fact that much that this dude went up 15 pounds to do this. He looked plenty strong for me at 170 pounds. That's a tough ass fight. I mean, it would be kind of miraculous is a strong word. It'd be surprising if Ilya was able to win that one, especially if they contest that at 170. So Ilya can hold on to the 55 belt. Do they do that at the White House? Do they do that at some other card? I don't know. I don't know what that would look like. But I didn't watch this fight tonight, as I indicated. I did not watch this fight tonight thinking to myself, wow, man, like Islam is truly invincible. But what I am going to say is it's going to take a special fighter on a special night who's really prepared and understands that, because I've said, again, Islam Makhachev, I cannot believe how little he makes mistakes. Considering how many things he does and the error rate in them, it is astonishing. It is astonishing. People don't make errors in like their real core areas of specialties, right? Or specialty. Like in that one narrow lane, like they're very, very good. But then because of the nature of how like a lack of knowledge can affect you, again, all relatively speaking, then you open yourself up to mistakes in other places. Look at how what does that tell you that he makes so few mistakes and across a vast array of skills? It's just a level of ability that is Astonishing skill. So I don't know when he'll be back. I would love to see him on big cards only for him at this point. I know that some people are going to say the fight wasn't that fun. Fair enough. If it wasn't to your liking, it wasn't to your liking. That's okay. I just think that we all need to be very realistic. This was a big fact-finding mission. What's it going to mean for this guy to go from 55 to 70 against a quality opponent like this at this age? You know, is he going to have the gas tank? How's he going to answer for this? How's he going to answer for that? And he answered everything. I can't think of one thing we were worried about pre-fight that he didn't answer for. Does he have enough pop at 170? I guess we can wait and find out. But those leg kicks look pretty fucking damaging. I can tell you that. The body kicks look pretty good. And then everything else, as we mentioned. That is a very, very special fighter. And it's going to take another extremely special fighter on a very inspired performance to beat somebody like that. By the way, we got a poll up. 82% of viewers think Islam has surpassed Khabib. I think he has too. We should talk about that for just a second. Do y'all agree? It seems like y'all do. Y'all agree that Islam Makhachev has surpassed Khabib Nurmagomedov? Dude, Khabib doesn't have a win like this. As we mentioned, the argument in favor of Khabib has kind of always been that he was the vanguard of this whole movement. He was the one that was leading it from the front. You know, and again, like he had this sort of combination of passing, top control, ground and pound, and submission threat, and just kind of rinsed and repeat in a way that no one else really had before. And he was punishing and all that kind of stuff. And he went undefeated. Okay, fair enough. But he doesn't have a win on his resume as good as this one. Up a weight class, blanking the guy. Let's get these final numbers here. Let's take a look at them. Yeah, okay, here. Let's take a look at these numbers. Here. Let's do this. There we go. Look at these numbers. Dude, 4 for 4 on 19 minutes. I mean, are you shitting me? Now, kind of anemic numbers from both of them in the striking, 4 and 3, but he had top control and, 352, so that's going to do a lot. But then from there on out, I think he wins. Oh, Islam landed no significant strikes in round 5. That doesn't sound right. 22 regular strikes. I don't know what that. I'd have to see what that means. But none of us really got the sense that was the limiting factor. JDM kind of dividing it up a little bit, but a huge division. And again, those leg kicks, the leg kicks from Islam, played a significant role. As well. Yeah, 50, 45. I don't think anyone's really complaining. Dude, look at that. 140 of 181 attempted strikes. Dude, just 30 of 74 for JDM. Is that the lowest he's ever had? How much did he have against Bilal? Look at what he had against Bilal. 178. 18. That's crazy. That's crazy. Islam beat the bags off of him. All right. Let's talk about that co-main, if we can here. Your mileage is going to vary on this one. I know people are kind of bored by her game plan. They probably feel somewhat similarly about Islam. Islam has the benefit of the guy going up in weight and like a substantial amount of weight and taking on an opponent in their physical prime, which Shevchenko did not. Shevchenko was the one who was holding serve, and it was Zhang Weili coming up in weight. And then, she's also 36 and Jack is 29. So there's some important differences between them. Nevertheless, a comprehensively good performance from Valentina Shevchenko as well. Really, the big issue here was Zhang Weili had a hard time covering distance. And when she came in, that kind of, she's bouncing on the balls of her feet, but Valentina Shevchenko has kind of like a very stiff stance, but she's just, it looks stiff. It's obviously loose, where, she's just waiting for someone to wade into problems. And sure enough, Zhang Weili did. She got dropped in the first round trying to cover her distance with that knee to the body. It happened again in the third. The body kicks throughout the fight for Valentina Shevchenko were causing big problems, especially the later it went. But, dude, the reality was Zhang Weili got up off the bottom in the first and then never again. And it was the comprehensive nature of her top control as well. Now, hers did not seem to me as impressive, in part because JDM was, in my judgment, much squirmier under bottom and had better ideas about how to squirm on bottom than you got from Zhang Weili. I mean, I don't know what people are going to say about what Craig Jones's efforts are, but I think look at the difference between them. JDM had, even as out of ideas as he was, he still kind of was always doing something, whether he had 2-on-1 baseball bat grip or he's trying to go to Z guard or any other number of differences there. Zhang Weili got basically, she had butterfly guard a couple times. She was able to extend from butterfly guard once. But as we talked about during the live broadcast, if you're flat on your back, it doesn't matter if you have double underhooks and then double butterfly. You have to kind of sit up a little bit and then bring your weight on top of you, not back down, but like you have to be able to lift them so you can turn them. You can't do that flat on your back. You have to sit up a little bit. And of course, she tried that a little bit and was able to get the underhook, but after that, dude, she got just fucking wrecked. She got beaten up on the feet. She had a hard time closing the distance. She got taken down seemingly at will. Look at these numbers. I'll take a look at them. Yeah, 5 of 6 for Valentina Shevchenko. She had 13 minutes and 24 seconds of control time. Similar numbers in significant strikes. It wasn't heavy ground and pound. But this was the problem, dude. People were talking about this fight. And again, it wasn't like I was arguing with people pre-fight because I didn't have a strong opinion about it. But people were trying to say ahead of this fight that, like, oh, the winner is the greatest women's fighter ever. And there are ways you could have got there. And certainly Shevchenko's resume is profoundly impressive. This was a nice win. But the truth is, man, I think it was a little bit oversold. It's a little bit oversold because, as we indicated, Valentina Shevchenko took Amanda Nunes's best punches, arguably beat her, and that was at 35. And you got someone coming up at age 36 who's, in the course of their career, a little bit inactive, previously had wrestling problems, less so against Tatiana Suarez, but was coming up from 115. I think for us to declare that we're making a fight where the winner can claim such a mantle, we need to have a reason to believe that this is a clash of titans. And again, on paper, they are in their own independent way. But the pairing to me seemed, again, foregone conclusion is a little strong. Can you really say you're surprised about how that went? You could say you're disappointed. You can say, I really wanted it to go a different way. Okay, cool. Did that? And I know that not being being surprised or not being surprised is not the most important consideration. I'm just asking. There was a lot we didn't know about Islam going up in weight. Of course, there's a lot we didn't know about Zhang Weili going up in weight, but there was really a lot we didn't know about that. This one, I felt like we had some reason to believe. In fact, I think a lot of the prognostication went in that direction. Oh yeah, Shevchenko is going to be bigger, stronger, and is going to be able to defend the takedown or get on top and do work from there. That's exactly what she did. It wasn't hard to predict. The main event, to me, I don't know who thought that it was going to look like that, where Islam was just going to blank him. I'm sure some people thought that, but that wasn't necessarily a widely distributed view. This to me felt a little foregone conclusion-ish, and I just didn't seem to love it as much for that reason. Again, it's a super quality win and already a super quality resume for Valentina Shevchenko. As she's gotten older, her game has gotten less dangerous, but it's definitely gotten craftier and smarter. And again, the amount of errors she makes. She did go for that spinning back fist one time when Zhang Weili was closing the distance. It missed. But in general, she made good decisions the whole way through. She got the takedowns all but once. She had good top control for the most part. Stayed out of trouble, avoided. I mean, did Zhang Weili land any real? I guess a couple of elbows in the clinch or something, but not much. Was physically outmatched, technically outmatched, just didn't have a lot of answers for that. And again, if you're getting cross-faced, you have to clear this cross-face before you can ever do anything else, whether that's octopus guard or even just sitting up from normal guard, number 4 guard, or even butterfly guard. You have to clear the cross-face, and she couldn't even do that. It's like, I don't know, man. That seems to me like if that is the kind of thing you're struggling with, I don't know how much sense the fight actually made as a competitive affair where, well, we got to find someone who we think can beat Valentina. Valentina beat her easier than she beat Manon Fiorot. Fiorot actually got a couple rounds off of her. boring ass rounds, but rounds. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not even the same thing. Here, look at these numbers. These are the numbers for Valentina and Zhang Weili. You know, again, not a huge discrepancy in the striking, which you saw also in the main event. But look, 5 of 6 takedowns. She got one in the first, one in the second, one in the third, one in the fourth. She got a fucking takedown in every single round. The only one she whiffed on was in round 3, and she still managed to get 1 minute and 43 seconds of control time. And I guess numerically, Zhang Weili outstruck her numerically. But this was to me, this was I'm going to say anticlimactic a little bit. It certainly changed the momentum of the card, but a little bit anticlimactic because there was no drama. There was no suspense. It wasn't tough to call. It was kind of easy for Valentina. Honestly, it makes much more sense to me as someone who, again, arguably beat Amanda Nunes. She should be fighting Kayla Harrison. I realize that Kayla might fight Amanda herself or whatever the hell she's going to do. And, you know, whatever. But that to me is a much more interesting and competitive fight. That to me, whatever the ultimate significance of it is, that one seems to me to have the kind of juice that where you're like, okay, that's genuinely interesting about how that would go. This to me just wasn't very interesting, and they all can't be. Fair enough. I felt like this one was a little easier to see ahead of time. Maybe I'm wrong. All right, let me look at the rest of this card here. I want to make sure I get the exact timing on this. Here we go. All right. Michael Morales defeats Sean Brady at 3:27 of round 1. Man, this one broke my heart, but at the same time, you just got to give it to Michael Morales. He is a fucking Terminator in this weight class from a physical standpoint. He's so big, 25 years old, athletic as shit, technical, rangy. I think he would have also something like a 9-inch or maybe like a 8-inch reach advantage on Islam if they fought. Again, good judo himself too. Now he's still raw and pretty green and putting stuff together. But, you know, he used to be much more hittable. Brady couldn't get anything going. He was feeding him uppercuts, and then changed it and came over the top and just hit him with the boom or lowered the boom on him, polished him off. You know, Brady took this one in a way that maybe he shouldn't have for his own career preservation. But what a win for Michael Morales. This is maybe the best win of his UFC career, to be honest with you. Like, Michael Morales' wins to this point were Gilbert Burns, which was a nice one, but this one's better. Neil Magny, again, fine, but this one was better. Jake Matthews, Max Griffin, Adam Fuggett, or however you pronounce his name. And then Trevin Giles. And then, of course, he went the fucking distance in 2021 on the Contender Series. The last 3 fights, he's won all in the first round. Neil Magny, 439, Gilbert Burns, 339, and Sean Brady, 327. He's actually getting faster as he moves up the food chain. He is going to be a nightmare. He's going to be a nightmare. If you're that good already at 25 and you have all those physical tools, my only question about him is if he can stay healthy, right? He's not getting injured in training, and he doesn't get so big as he ages that he has to go to 85. Because if he can stay at 70 and be himself and skill build in the way that he is already with the skill package that he has, he's going to be tough to beat. He's going to be tough to beat. That is a fucking tank of a 170er. Huge welterweight. So it brings us to, like, who would he fight here? Let's pull up the rankings to kind of get a sense of things. Let me pull this up here. All right, at 170, I mean, I guess we'll see what happens with Bilal and, Ian Gary. He beat 2 and Brady. Rachmanov is a fun-ass fight. Leon got smoked. We'll talk about that in a second. Kamaru sitting. Can you imagine if they make Kamaru fight Mike? That's a fight. Kamaru versus Michael Morales. I think Kamaru would probably deny it and not take it wisely. If I was him, I probably wouldn't take it either. But that'd be a fucking hell of a fight because then you get Ian, and if Ian beats Bilal, he's going to jump the queue. You got Joaquin sitting there at 7, and Michael Morales was sitting at 8. Yeah, dude, him. And now we'll talk about Carlos Prates in a second as well. Morales versus Rakhmonov, yes, please. Morales versus Prates, yes, please. Morales versus Ian Gary, they're not going to make it, but hell yes, that'd be amazing. Morales versus Bilal Muhammad, if it comes to it. All of those are good, and that's now the place that he's in. Dude, that guy, I don't know if he's going to be a champion. I'd be very surprised if he's not contending for a title at some point. Winning it, I don't know. Contending for it? At 25, you're already doing this? Yeah, you're in good hands. You're in good shape for the future. No question about it. Nice win. Good low stance. Good takedown defense. Brady was getting popped on the entries and the retreats. I appreciate Sean Brady's moxie, man. That was a tough assignment that he took, but this is an unforgiving fucking game, man, if ever there was one. Carlos Prates defeats Leon Edwards at 128 of round 2. Dude, holy shit. I thought Leon looked good in the first round. He got the takedown, right? Let me make sure I'm not just speaking out of my ass here. He got 2 takedowns. Now that I'm seeing it, 2 takedowns in the first round. Got 3 minutes of control time. You thought that was smart, mixing it up. Not letting him get Prates getting his offense going. Prates can land. He's rangy. He's got good power, and so I thought Leon had a pretty good first round between the control and the threats, and the takedowns. I thought that was comprehensively a great way to kind of neutralize a dangerous guy. And then in the second round, it just wasn't enough. The fight, as I indicated, gets stopped at 128. So a minute and a half into round 2. And what does he do? I have to go back and look and see the stance switch, but he got him backing up straight. And then he had one hand up and then was reaching with the other hand. So this hand's not there to parry. And so he just caught him, took a big horse step to the outside, lead foot positioning, and then brought the backhand straight down the pike and straight on the pipe, and then Leon, whenever their head falls back like that, when they collapses like that, is bad. And then he just kind of followed up, boom, and hit him, I think, one more time, right? That was such a nice win. Prates, kind of looked a little bit out of ideas against Ian Gary. He had that last minute kind of rally at the end there. Wasn't enough, but he kind of looked like a little bit, from a skill standpoint, lesser than. Comes back, gets a win in the fight before this against Jeff Neal with that elbow. And then this one, that one was kind of like, I'm not going to say gimmicky, but how many times is he going to be able to go back to that well and then beat someone with that particular kind of weapon, right? Not that often. But this was problem solving. That's why this one was better to me. He set this one up, waited for it, and executed it. He clearly thought technically about it, about foot positioning, timing, Leon's defense, Leon's retreats, and caught him with it. That's problem solving. That's better. That doesn't really answer the problems with his ground game. I think a guy like that against Islam would fucking thrash him. Michael Morales is different, right? Because his ground game's good. But I think Islam would thrash a guy like that, However, the problem-solving nature of it is incredible. And now, dude, Leon Edwards, man, I tell you what, man, I've said this before. Once that belt gets separated from you, it's very hard to get it back. And sometimes these guys just go through these terrible moments. Leon is having a rough fucking run of it, man. Leon is so important because he was the one that closed the door on the Kamaru Usman era, but kind of that Kamaru Colby era, if you want to call it that. Certainly the Kamaru Usman experiment. He kind of, I guess Kamaru's kind of back here now, but I have limited expectations about how far that would go. Leon was the guy that closed the door on all of that and set a new path in motion. You're like, man, to beat Kamaru, that's so fucking hard to do. He does it twice. And then since the Bilal fight, he just looked like shit in the Bilal fight. He rallied late in that one, but he looked like shit in that one. Okay, it was at 5 a.m, but whatever. And then in his last fight, Brady just handled him. And then Praches viciously KOs him. This is terrible. It's getting worse each time. He's getting, I think, finished quicker and quicker too. Devastating, man. Devastating. Especially after, like, okay, it's one thing to get beat by Bilal kind of on points, All right, you got subbed by Brady. That sucks, but that's not like, you're not getting your brain rattled. You got your fucking brain rattled with this one. It's tough, bro. That's a tough way to go. What do we have here? All right, Shavkat Rakhmonov has tweeted, "Congratulations to Islam. Excellent performance, but the real challenge at 170 is still me. Get your ass back in the octagon, young man. That's what we want to see. You missed all of the year. Like, holy shit. Let's do something here if we can." Anyway, I don't know what Leon does from here. I mean, I guess I don't know. I don't know, because they're not going to do the Brady fight. Are they going to do the Bilal fight a third time? I don't know if they want to do that if Bilal loses. Do they want to do Ian Gary if Ian loses? Maybe. I don't know. He's in a tough spot, but I think his career is kind of in trouble, to put it mildly. And then to open the card, and then Carlos Praches, like people saying, should he get a title shot? No. He needs to fight another guy up the food chain, at least one more. Yeah. 2 wins in a row, good ones, but 2 wins should not get you a welterweight title shot. You should be doing a little bit more. And then lastly, not least for the main card, Benoit Saint Denis defeats Beneil Dariush in 16 seconds. Dariush just kind of reaching out, creating this wide lane to be hit, and he gets hit, and he just goes down. I think his durability has been affected. Nice win by BSD. He did what he was supposed to. But I think Dariush has some questions about the state of his career and where he goes from here. Bo Nickel, by the way, getting a nice win over Rodolfo Vieira, a vicious head kick at 224 of round 3. First of all, phenomenal win. I don't know if I call it a KO of the year contender, but a very, very, very good one. And set it up nicely, executed on it nicely. Still some more I want to see from him. People might want to rush him into ranked fights or against ranked opponents. I don't agree with that. I think the opponent needs to be still someone where we're building this guy back. There were still some things I saw that clearly need some cleaning up. However, I would say as a broad kind of view, this was a much better job by Bo Nickel than anything I'd seen from him in a while. He had a better attitude, he had a better competitive vision. He used his wrestling more thoughtfully and more forcefully. Striking looked good, obviously. All things considered, there was a lot to like from this performance. But I think, again, people see one big win, they're like, rush, rush, rush. No, slow, build, take time in this. That's what he needs. And then there were some other good wins along the way as well. All right. If you've got a question or a comment and you want to, we have some more information here. Announced live gate, 13,624,189. Attendance, 20,664. Sold out, third highest grossing event in MSG history. Performance of the night bonuses, Bo Nickel, wow. Benoit Saint Denis, Praches, and Morales. Yeah, that sounds about right. All right. Let me go back. Oh, hang on. Dana White vows that in 2 years, the UFC will hold all 10 spots in the top 10 top grossing events in MSG history. White says that the Della Maddalena versus Islam was not the most exciting title fight that you'll see, but Islam is headed towards GOAT talk after a dominant win like that. Yeah, I don't think that's necessarily wrong at all. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Your sound went out and you were super animated. The chat almost lost its shit. Okay, I think everything's all right. Why aren't you this enthusiastic with Chimaev DDP? Because Chimaev did even less. I mean, he did more from a control standpoint, but even less than a ground and pound standpoint. Volk did better. Yes, he did. Volk, in fact, did do better. Can we finally agree that Ilya versus Islam is a dumbass idea? I mean, I think they might make it for, again, as we indicated, for professional purposes. But in terms of like, I, I, I think Islam's toughest fight is going to be another welterweight, right? In all likelihood. Goes to show how fucking good Volk is. Yeah, dude. I said this on the live chat yesterday or whatever it was. Ilya had to beat Charles up a weight class. Now, that's not nothing. That's a very good win and a tough. He knocked him out cold. That's amazing. But Volk had to go fight fucking Islam up a weight class. That's real tough. Real tough. Luke Rudolph Thomas. Seems like Volk is truly one of the greats, hence why he was able to stop Islam's takedowns. Yep. Same Craig Jones advice, but JDM couldn't execute it all. Hope you feel better. I feel fine, y'all. I just have allergies. And you can hear they're much better now than they were at the beginning of the broadcast. JDM, what the fuck, bro? Poirier's takedown defense was better than this. Was he injured? Was you know what I mean? Like he got worked. Who can stop the Dagestani sport killers? I don't know. So you can call them sport killers. You also better call them sport dominators. Please, Morales, sleep this snooze maker. Here we go. 54. I mean, they're not 50-43, but yeah. Once I see JDM coach talk about how they would wrestle Islam, give me the DDP coach vibes. Love your work, Luke. Yeah. You can't wrestle with Islam. You have to anti-wrestle him. They fight like they're afraid of violence. They fight calculatedly, yeah. They don't fight like fucking idiots. That's true. What chance would you give Morales against Islam? He'd be tough. Clearly, he'd be tough. But again, I feel like Morales is so raw that mistakes are eventually going to show up. You know what I mean? How's this any different than Almeida versus Volkov? Oh my God, are y'all serious? Oops, hang on. Okay. Jailton Almeida landed 9 significant strikes in that fight over the course of 3 rounds. Islam landed not necessarily like a ton, but he had 9. He had 9 in round 2 alone. Not huge numbers, but like you're asking, like, how is this the same or how is this any different? It's significantly different. Dude, you had Volkov couldn't do fucking shit underneath. JDM was squirmy. It's just that Islam shut down all that next level squirming. Chances of Usman and Islam? I suppose I wouldn't favor Usman to win. They might do it. I can't think of anyone else who could give Islam a challenge. Shavkat, but he's got work to do as well. You can't call Val boring and then praise Islam. Yes, you can. I don't think Islam was like, the most enjoyable thing I'd ever seen ever, but he was the one going up in weight against a younger opponent. And again, a young opponent, I guess, because technically Shevchenko's 37 and Zhang is 36, but still, she was the one coming up in weight and she's kind of over the hill. Yeah, there's a difference. 0 sub attempts over 19 minutes. Shades of Hamza. A little bit. At times. A little bit. What run could Islam have at welterweight with heavy strikers first in line with Gary, Praches, Shavkat, Morales? Could end up GOAT of MMA if he does this to them. I mean, we're getting ahead of ourselves here, but yeah, the quality of the wins will determine the importance of the legacy, right? That was absolutely exhilarating, says Matt. Again, I didn't think it was the most enjoyable fight I'd ever seen. I was kind of curious about like how some of the battles would be won, but I acknowledge it was not super, interesting or fun, I should say. Give Islam Morales. Why not? You could. I think it's too early for Morales, but we'll see. PSA to all male UFC title contenders. Sent to Dagestan 2-3 years and forget. Yeah, seriously. Quick shout out to Ray Flores back on the one. Oh, he is. He's back on the one broadcast. Good for him. Who was the last fighter you saw put successive credentialed opponents out cold like Praches has in the past couple years? I mean, I'm sure that this happened. Praches is not some like unusual freak of nature in the history of MMA or even the welterweight division. He's a rangy striker that's got some good pop, but he's not like we've never seen the likes of this before. I mean, you've definitely seen heavy hitters. Beating Leon was good, but getting Leon off back-to-back losses kind of indicates that he's in a bit of a dark period. Again, fighting very tough guys. That's true too. But Robbie Lawler has had some pretty good runs like this. Tyron Woodley himself has had some pretty good runs like this. I mean, this is not some kind of uncommon thing. Is welterweight deep enough of a division to split 65-75? I've done this exercise before. The answer is yes. The challenge is that the UFC would kind of have to monitor who shifts. That's the issue. You can't just let it be a free-for-all. All right. Should JDM's corner have had Craig giving technical advice instead of his coach just trying to hype him up? I mean, yeah, sure. But it's a bit late at that point. It's not like they didn't know what to do. It's just that Islam had an answer for it. There's small things you can remind them of, but there's not like much you can tell them to do at that point. All right. Thank you for that. Great card, great fights. Thank you, Islam, and thank you, Luke. Heading to work now. Good luck, my friend. Godspeed. We still want Makhachev versus Ilya at 170. Again, they might make it. I think Ilya can knock him out, but I don't know. After tonight, Ilya might be too small. I definitely think he's too small. Someone in your live chat called BS on Islam manhandling middleweights in the gym. I think that guy has egg on his face after this performance. Yeah, dude, I've heard, and Habib too. I've heard stories about what those dudes would do to people at AKA. You guys even had Punahele Soriano, remember? When he was at middleweight saying he trained with Islam and he couldn't do shit to him. He's like, Islam just fucked him up the whole practice. Couldn't believe it. That's who Islam is, man. Given how well JDM did against Bilal and how poorly he did against Islam, how good is Islam's grappling really? It's the best in that division. And it's probably the best in the UFC. I mean, Charles is up there too, but Islam subbed him. Now, granted, because he hurt him first. But still, it's very good. And again, not just the submission part, which is not necessarily as good as some Charles is better at submissions, but like the total package of wrestling and all the different kinds of wrestling and then the scrambling and the subs. Yeah, it's pretty good. John Burke, welcome to the party. How would Islam versus Ilya have gone? I'm picking Islam. Aren't you? Many faces. Thank you. Sure looks like Craig Jones has solved the Dagestani problem. Dude, just because the guys aren't winning doesn't mean he's giving them bad advice. Like, the fact that Volk made it close is because Volk's amazing, but also because Volk was borrowing Craig's ideas. You understand that? But the problem is that Islam is fucking. That's the issue. Shavkat's been injured, but he's supposed to be coming back next year. So let's see. Craig Jones, Octopus Guard sales in shambles. Well, Octopus Guard can be beaten. That's the problem. Malcolm, welcome to the party. Ian says, probs will never happen, but would love to see Islam versus Chimaev after watching this fight. That would be more interesting. And that's a tough fight, but that's more interesting to me. You know what I mean? Than bringing up Ilya from 45. Thanks for powering through. You add a lot to the MMA experience for me. Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate you. Can you give your opinion on the difference between the main event and the Hamzat versus DDP fight? People are saying they are the same. I don't think that this fight was necessarily all that fun. The difference is JDM's scrambling. He never really got it going because Islam was able to stop it, but Islam was having to counteract it numerous times. More to the point, the getting to crucifix and you're not hurting him is one thing. Islam didn't do a lot of ground and pound. Fair enough. There's not a huge difference between them. But Islam had to deal, I think, with someone who had better ideas about how to get up, much better ideas. So he had to shut down a much more technical effort. And two, was able to weave in a little bit more, like he took the back at times and then threatened with the choke, when he trapped the arm. And then again, several times trying to get the Kimura going. He was nearly able to get the Darce. Like, it seemed like he was much more serious about advancing the attack to the finish where he could. Now, there are long periods of that fight where just not a lot is necessarily happening in some kind of dramatic way. That's true. There's not a huge difference, but I feel like there are some qualitative differences between them. However, folks are right to be like, well, it wasn't the most thrilling fight. Fair enough, it wasn't. Not identical. No, not identical. Why do you think JDM was afraid to throw? I think once he felt that pressure, the top pressure, and the takedown ability from Islam, I think he thought he was going to go into that fight with a sense of like who he was up against. And then he saw who he was up against, and he was like, oh, that's not what I thought this was going to be. And I don't think he like consciously quit. I don't think that, but I think he got a little demoralized. If only Chimaev could reliably make 170, I would have loved to have seen Makhachev versus Chimaev. Now that I've seen Islam at 70, I doubt he moves up to 85. I don't think he would either. Islam makes you realize the true nuances to achieve that level of skill. Special. The only thing that this card was missing was a Trump Kid Rock walkout. Obviously a joke. Tonight showed that while Khabib has a more punishing grappling game, Islam's striking makes him the better mixed martial artist overall. That is clearly the case. Absolutely true. Who would you have in Islam versus Chimaev at middle? At middle, I'd pick Chimaev. At welterweight, I don't know. I think Islam. Islam's got a shot. I'd probably pick. I don't know. I don't know if I'm picking anyone at 70 over Islam. Creatine. I mean, whatever. Luke, how are you so critical of HC against DDP? But you have a completely different tone with this. I mean, this is a carbon copy title fight. No, it's not. People keep trying to say that this is the same as that. No, the fuck it's not. I'm not saying that there's a huge difference between them. That's not my point. But the idea that Islam was stalling against a guy that he could have easily like just passed against is not true. Once again, Islam shut it down enough where he couldn't really get it going, but he kept doing things that if they weren't finely attuned to, it's Islam, where Jack's got a 2-on-1 baseball bat grip and is able to then stand up or get to his base, those things would have gotten out of control. He had a much squirmier opponent. DDP was just flailing underneath. Like, positional advancement was so effortless and easy. It was not effortless for Islam. He had to be kind of careful about it. It's not the same. If you felt watching it that you were equally bored by them, and if you want to say there just wasn't much ground and pound offense, and for those reasons, I don't think there's a huge difference between them, okay, fine. But there are some absolutely qualitative differences in what DDP was showing to the world versus what Jack was showing. Jack was overwhelmed, but it wasn't like he wasn't prepared and came with ideas. If you guys just didn't notice what they were, again, I'll do a breakdown on this tomorrow if my family lets me, and I'll show you what those differences are. They're not the same. Again, I'm not saying there's a huge difference between them, but there's enough of a difference that you see my tone is a little bit different. Because I feel like Islam, what the overall skill level he showed, by the way, he was, punching on the feet too. Like, there's a lot to be said for that. But then more to the point, had a tougher kind of assignment to deal with that. That to me is more impressive than a guy you're just way better than who can't do much and get much going because they just don't have any ideas. Jack had ideas, and then Islam had to have an answer for those consistently throughout the bout. That to me feels qualitatively different. Islam, okay, we're not doing this. Okay, we're not doing this. I'm not doing political skits and bits tonight. Mythical lay and pray Shevchenko unlocked. She didn't lay and pray either. It just wasn't a lot happening. Defensive wrestling and grappling still a liability, but as far as one-shot KO power, Prochess is at the top of 170, maybe the promotion. He is absolutely one of the sport's more dominant punchers below 205 pounds, for sure. Viva Ecuador, absolutely. None of these fights were competitive. How is that a good card to people? Okay, all right. It seems to me that the path to success in many cases in the UFC is to take your opponent down and control them like a wet blanket. Both championship fights went that way, and they were kind of boring. I can understand the perspective. What about Dylan Dennis? Good grappler, huge fight. Yeah, he's not. I'm not interested in his services. Slack had a study showing JDM beat Bilal to the takedown by preemptively changing levels with body strikes. Was Islam attacking the calf to prevent that game? Probably. Wider stance, bigger target for those calves? Absolutely. And also, like, Islam is very good about occupying your hands up here to then create openings down the line. So I think there's just a lot of sort of like seeds he plants early in the fight that kind of bear, fruit later. Luke, who would you like to see Islam fight the most out of all the surging welterweights? I guess if Gary wins, I guess he'd be the most deserving. I don't know how much interest I have in that fight either, to be honest with you. Like competitive, the Rachmanov ones I would love to see. Yeah, that's one I'd love to see. Morales too, but I just don't know how early it is for him. Doesn't look much different from Hamzat's win, in my opinion. Again, not a huge difference. Not a huge difference, but an important one. David, welcome to the party. It's safe to say Craig helped Jack to not get submitted, but not to get out-wrestled, controlled, and outskilled. Agreed. Indeed, a tall task for the guys at 170. I think that's a good way to put it. Gary got him down, but that was a weird scramble situation that I don't see as replicable. Can't see Islam getting singles and doubles on Shavkat. I can. I could see him getting that on Shavkat, absolutely. Shavkat will let himself kind of get pressed up against the fence, too. No, I can see that. If Ilya versus Islam, is Ilya versus Islam even interesting at this point? I'd rather see him against Shavkat. Again, I think that people are going to be revisiting this a little bit. Skill-wise, Khabib finishes JDM under 3 rounds, in my opinion. I don't know about that. I mean, he couldn't finish Ally Quinta, granted short notice, I understand, but I don't know about that. If Khabib didn't retire and went up, who would he have fought at that time? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know who was king of the division when he was done. Death, taxes, and Islam. Yeah, he's overwhelming. Morales' size may prove troublesome for Islam, but outside that, I don't know who beats him. Not sure I've seen a more skilled, complete fighter. Is Father Time Islam's only nightmare matchup? Yeah. Again, Morales is dangerous, but limited relative to Islam. Gary, I don't think can beat him. I don't think Kamaru can beat him either. Yeah, Shavkat's interesting, but unproven at enough. Not many. Islam became champ on the day I married my wife. I teased my wife saying when Islam loses, we got to get divorced. So I'm glad he got the win. Gonna watch the Commanders game in 7 hours? Fuck no, I'm gonna go to bed. Seeing Islam go to 70 and dominate like that versus other fights at 55, is the difference between 55 and 70 overstated, or was he that depleted at 55? He was that depleted at 55, and so was Khabib too. It is killing these guys to make this weight. Luke, what did you think of the Dylan Dennis brawl? I've only seen a little bit of it, but dude, like, this is like the Dylan Dennis experience. It's just fuckery everywhere he goes. Anik dropped a promotional malpractice talking about Topuria vacating his belt and going up to 70. Yeah, he knows what's up. Shouts to John Anik. Islam versus Hamzat at 70. Who wins? I'd pick Islam, especially if that fight went the distance. Connor, thank you. Kamaru Usman beats Islam easily. You're out of your fucking mind. Islam won't be able to take Kamaru down. Yes, he would. And with Volk touching up Islam, Kamaru can easily knock him out. I would bet my fucking life that doesn't happen. I mean, yes, Kamaru's dangerous. He could win. Like any fighter could win. But beats him easily? I'll take that bet. Love you, LT. Can't wait for the Morales KO to KO Islam. Yeah, he might. Nickel versus Sursakayev would be a good fight, in my opinion. Sursakayev has a big attitude for a guy who's not that great. Kind of funny. What does the fact that Islam couldn't submit JDM on the ground say about his submission ability now that he has less of a weight advantage? That he had a guy who had very, very, very good submission defense. Dude, this was not DDP who had no fucking idea what he was doing. I mean, DDP has good ideas for more conventional opponents. JDM had good ideas for an unconventionally talented guy and still got put down. 0 sub attempts. That stat is BS. Yeah, well, they only count it when it really gets close, you know. If I had it my way, Islam versus Morales, that'd be fun. I mean, you know, again, Prochest Gary 2, Jack versus Usman, that's a fun one. Brady versus Bilal 2. You could do that. You could do that. Craig Jones, Octopus Guard, kind of worked. No. Well, I mean, it's worked in plenty of other times in the past, but it didn't work this time because Islam had the answer to it. We talked about it before. If they're going to reach this way, the way you can beat him is when the crossface comes back over, and he was able to do that consistently. And why was he able to do that? Because of the positioning. This is what I mean. Guys, if I saw DDP trying Octopus Guard to stand, I might have a different opinion. But that's not what the fuck he was doing. JDM was trying some difficult shit and things he's pulled off before. Like, it's not like, oh, he'd never done it before. It's just that Islam is fucking good. LT, despite the allergies of the communicable disease from Penn Station, real talk, thanks for the whole main card watch along. Been loving the content since MMA Uncensored Live. Thank you, sir. And the beat, donating to your weed gummies fund. Thank you. Without CJ, maybe he gets submitted. Yeah, exactly. It wasn't much more help than that, but I think it kept him alive for sure. Prime GSP versus Islam. Now, that's a fight. That's a fight. Because GSP was highly technical and a beast physically, an athletic fucking puma at that weight class. That's a difficult fight. That's the one I would have loved to been able to see, you know. Man, I don't know. I might pick GSP in that one, but because GSP had a great jab too. I might pick GSP in that one. That's a great fight. I feel like Arman was the last person who ever stood a chance at defending his takedowns. Everyone else has been good takedown defense for a striker. Yeah, you might be right. I mean, I guess if he fights Kamaru, we'll see, right? But yeah. True or false? Islam will surpass Anderson Silva in most consecutive wins in UFC history. I'll say false. Sadly, Islam and Topuria will never fight. I'll say probably false. Valentina will retire as champ. True. Chimaev will eventually become champ at 205. I'll say false. For the people complaining about Islam's game tonight, go to a grappling gym and try to hold them down. The beauty is in the detail, you Philistines. It's a little bit more than that. Like, again, it's one. This is why the difference between the DDP one to me is important. I'll go back and look at the DDP fight and see if I'm, being a little bit too harsh. But there were times that, like, so for example, okay, here's a great example. One of the times that I think there was a stand-up was when DDP had like open guard and Chimaev wasn't even trying to pass. Dude, you never saw that tonight. You never saw someone just wide open like that and then nothing happening. No. That's not what you saw. Islam had a tougher assignment tonight than Khamzat did. Much tougher. He just made it look kind of the same. Khamzat has the best chance to beat Islam. Probably. Kind of like Merab, who was the only one who could beat or match Umar. Arman, maybe? Not at 70. Only someone from around that region. Yeah, maybe so. Overall, the card had some fun fights and cool finishes and 2 anemic champ fights, but most importantly, one and only post-fight Jesus call-out. So that's a win in my book. Val is the female GSP on the ground. No, GSP had typically better ground and pound. But similar games. Can't wait for Islam to not fight for 9 months. Hopefully it's not that long. But you're missing my point. You were super critical of Khamzat Chimaev, but full of praises for Islam. Yes, they weren't identical, but tomato. No. Sorry, guys. I don't think so. I'll go back and look. I'll double check. Maybe I'm being unfair or something one direction or the other, but I don't think so. I don't think so. Islam was solving much more challenging puzzles. It ended up, again, if it felt to you like it ended up, not getting out of first gear in similar kinds of ways. Again, I think I can understand that perspective, but he solved a much harder puzzle consistently. I don't think that's the same. What do we have here? Here we go. White says that the UFC has a lot of options at welterweight, and it will depend on what Makhachev wants to do going forward, whether he's staying at 170, for example. White says that the White House card won't be America versus the world. It'll just be the best possible card that they can put together. White says that Morales is 19-0 and cool as hell. He checks all the boxes as a star. White says he blames himself for the crowd brawl, admitting security had warned him that Dylan Dennis was moving through the fighter seats and that Jorge Masvidal had told security he planned to go after him. White said they were watching Dennis when he realized Islam's entire team were also moving toward him. He added that Dennis is now banned from future UFC events, and while they were given the option to press charges, they declined. Holy shit. Ugh. White says that Tom Aspinall needs to get well, stay off the internet, and start training. Praches tried to get in the octagon and face off with Islam after the main event, but Dana told him no. That's it from Dana. Wow. Hi, Luke. According to an interview by Javier Mendez with the Submission Radio guys before the Oliveira fight, Islam only took rounds off of Habib in sparring, but never a full sparring session. Wow. I mean, Habib's good. Blaming myself and fans for hyping non-wrestlers' chances against guys like Islam and Hamzat. I want to see them against good offensive wrestlers. Yeah, it's clearly what's missing in like the great equalizer. All right. Thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate it. You're the best. Let's do this. Let's call it a night, right? Let's get this. Let's put this to bed here for just a second. All right. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. I'll have more coverage tomorrow, and then I'm going to be MK on Monday and the whole 9 yards. You guys have a choice about where you spend your night to watch your coverage, and you chose to spend it with me. Thank you very much. Whether you just watched, whether you liked the video, whether you subscribed, whether you put a donation in, whether you shared this video, just the fact that you were able to watch this and you spent your time with me, thank you very much. I greatly appreciate it. I'm going to go take care of my nose, which hasn't worked right all night, but we're going to get it figured out. I love you all. I appreciate you. Let's call it a night. And until next time, get some sleep.